There I am. Hello. Hello, everybody. And welcome to It's a Wild, 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 Wild Mount. I am the DM, and I'm looking, wow, I'm looking pretty big and beefy here. Not what I wanted. Uh, it's just weird. Yeah. Um, so welcome to the stream. We are starting off a little different today. Um, just adding a few new things to the stream, including, as you can see, this specific DM screen. So I can actually begin to do some announcements. And one of those announcements is something really exciting that I'm going to share with you now. We are actually sponsored this evening by a sponsor. Yeah, I think that's how sponsorships work. Uh, yeah, we are sponsored this evening by Never Ending. Never Ending is this awesome platform. Well, essentially, have you ever wanted to animate some of the great moments in your tabletop game? There's always those moments where you're just like, oh man, I wish I could draw that, or I could show it to other people and just share it with everyone. That's what Never Ending can offer. A way to share your stories, the way you see them pictured in your head, and what happened at your table. It's a brand new, amazing web-based visual storytelling platform that's super easy to use. So with Never Ending, you'll be able to record your game sessions and tag the best moments. Afterwards, you can easily trim them and edit the video. You can use the character builder to create your characters the way you've always visualized them. So, for an example, like me as a DM, I'd really like to show everybody what my NPCs look like. This is a perfect thing to do that for. You can build a scene and place by placing backgrounds and objects and characters, and then animate those characters to turn your session into an animated video, which is really freaking cool. So right now, you could actually use their beta character builder on neverending.app, app. You can use the character builder to create a custom avatar to use in your tabletop games or on social media. You can use the character builder to create your characters or NPCs, like I just said. You can select different body types, different builds, different hairstyles, eyes, ears, outfits, and so much more. I mean, they've got just even with the beta version, you have a lot of options in building all of these really cool things. So yeah, I would please check that out. So you can download those characters once you're finished as a portrait, or you can actually they'll be coming up with tabletop tokens. You can make those characters into tabletop tokens. So if you want to use them like on Roll20 or any of your virtual tabletops, you can do that as well. Or you can actually import them into the scene builder that will be coming out to take your story even further. Um, and here's the real cool thing. They currently have a Kickstarter going on. Their never ending Kickstarter, they were actually funded in 90 minutes, which is amazing, and congratulations to them. But you can actually keep contributing to unlock all these amazing stretch goals. And those stretch goals include multiple body types, um, incredible amounts of weapons and armor and more. So if you get the chance, please, you want to bring your characters to life, you want to bring your stories to life using animation, check out Neverending, beneverending.com. And for the character developer, beneverending.app. And throughout the stream, you'll actually see those particular websites. So if you want to go check them out and start building your character today, you can absolutely do that. And during the break, you'll actually see a little video that from Be Never Ending, where it kind of shows you a little bit of how that works, how the character builder works. So we're really excited to kind of be partnering with them as a sponsor, and we are very grateful for them to allow us to actually use to kind of build our own stuff. So that's in the next couple of weeks. Hopefully, you will start seeing some of our characters using the actual character builder, and it will be on the stream. You'll see them on the stream. You'll see them in our social media. We'll be using them as character portraits. All that good stuff. So we again, thank you so much to Be Never Ending for sponsoring us. And we really, again, if this is something that you've been looking forward to doing, while animating some of your stuff, your tabletop stories, or even your regular stories, you just kind of want to put them out there for people to see. This is a great platform to do that with. So, again, thank you, Never Ending. Next up is just our normal announcements. We are, as always, we are trying to continue to build up support for all of the content that we're putting out on the stream. So when you get the chance, at the very least, please just follow us. But there are a number of different ways that you can support us. Obviously, you can subscribe either here on Twitch or through Patreon. Through Patreon, you actually have the ability, if you subscribe that way, to get some really cool exclusive merch items that you can't get anywhere else, that are players and creators. So that's if you subscribe to Patreon. And again, as our Twitch subs grow, as our patron subs grow, as our YouTube subs grow, we will be doing giveaways. We haven't gotten to any of the goals yet, but we're creeping our way up there, and we're doing that through your support. So we are super appreciative and super grateful to all of you who are watching and supporting us in those ways. And again, we do have a Discord, so we can please join us on our Discord, where we can just talk about these things. Whether it's our D&D streams, whether it's the video game streams that we do, and just kind of have a nice chat, get to know each other, and kind of build this community where my hope for all of this is just that we're lifting each other up, supporting each other, and just the games that we're passionate about, but in general also as people. So let's continue to do that and move forward and have some fun. So I think that's, wow, I got through all of that pretty quickly. All right, so let's get this game started. Alrighty. Hello, everybody, my wonderful, wonderful players.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, we lost Squall. Oh no.
Oh no.
No.
Of course.
Well, to be fair, while you were doing your announcements, I was having trouble with my camera, and I was like fumbling with that.
That's okay, but now everybody, when that happens, everybody sees behind the screen, literally. Ooh. Yeah. So yeah, everybody can see my funky background and my crazy green screen. That is very, very thin behind me. So yes. Excellent. Behind the scenes, everybody gets
all
to see.
an illusion.
Yes, Grant, you have been deceived this whole time. Alrighty. All right. So while we're waiting,
this whole time I thought you were in this dungeon in Trostenwald or something.
Yeah. No. It's usually the dungeon that Mama Shady keeps me in. But I think she wants us to see her awesome D&D shirt. I think that's why she's standing up like that.
Yes, it looks dope.
Is that what it was? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Poopsie. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, it is
I
what it
was
is.
showing the sorceress on the front.
Which happened to be backed by boobs. Remember, just remember. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. All right, so we've had this talk, damn it. All right, so anyway, all right, so now I'm back in the dungeon. I think all is right with the world now. We're all good. All right, so
I do not keep you in a dungeon. That's truly unfair.
Okay, sure. So anyway, moving forward. So again, Patreon picking up from last week. When last we met, you were continuing your journey north to to the city of Zadash, trying to bypass the small town of Allfield, and taking what was essentially the extremely hard way. Um, and in doing so, found yourself in a number of different circumstances. Most recent, where you were attempting to cross a river, and you defeated that river mightily, not without some hardship or heartache.
Evil, evil river, yes.
Yes, yes, the evil river, the nemesis of this group, which we will all find out will be the big bad at the end of this campaign. Um, the river.
Spoilers.
Spoilers! The river did it. So, but that is essentially where we left off last week. You had finally made it across the river. The creatures actually drinking from the river across the way did not actually seem to be interested in fighting or confronting your group, seemingly just protecting their territory, or you're not entirely sure what they were doing, as no one really explored that. But you essentially did make your way across the river. Galen was thrown and thrust into an underground cavern where the rest of you were able to, through the ingenuity of rope tying and massive strength on the part of a number of your party, able to pull him from the jaws of this underground cavern where he was almost attacked by stalagmites, stalactites, we don't know. So but you did bring him up from this underground cavern. Leah being the last one to actually see stalactites actually moving towards her, or maybe it was a trick of the water and lack of light in this cave. We're still not sure, but you are all across the river, all of you soaked to a certain extent, and this is where we left off. So as you are now taking a moment to assess everything that's just happened, to revel in the victory of defeating this mighty, mighty river that is maybe 60 feet across and maybe 40 feet wide. You have mightily defeated this river. The DM is totally not throwing any shade. And this is where you currently are. So what would you all like to do?
Uh, uh, I need healing.
I would like to go assess Galen's injuries.
All right. Roll a medicine check.
That'll be an 8.
He looks pretty fucked up. You don't know the extent, but he looks like he's in bad shape, but he'll live.
Okay, I'm just going to cast Healing Word on him.
Okay. That's how many
And
points?
that's gonna be for 6 healing points.
All right, Galen, you healed up 6 points. You feel a little better.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so
Galen, what was down there?
No, I just saw rocks moving my direction. But it was more of like that game, what is it, red light, green light? Where whenever I looked, they didn't move, but when I looked away, they were somewhere else.
Creepy. I've never heard of red light, green light.
It's a strange game.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's a strange game you've never heard of.
Anyway, can we leave this fucking river?
Yes, please.
Okay, so at this point in time, it's probably about midday. You've only been traveling for a few hours at this point when all of this happened. You are all pretty tired from jumping in the water, holding ropes, trying, getting to Galen, bringing him back. It's taking a toll on your bodies. You are feeling that kind of stress and strain, but it is only midday, so you do have the energy to continue. So you continue on, making your way towards the road to hopefully have an easier time in your travels. At this point in time, you have all been traveling, as a quick reminder, you have been traveling for about a week. And it should only take about 2 weeks normally if you are taking the road to get to Zadash. You were traveling in a very difficult terrain, going through the actual forest, which would have given you 3 more weeks of travel. So you're unsure until you get to the road, or unless anybody here would like to make a survival check. You're unsure as to how much longer you have before you can get to Zadash from where you're at. Jarina, you want to make a survival check? All right. Phoebe, you want to help her out there? Okay, so Jarina, you have advantage on this unless Phoebe wants to roll independently.
I can roll independently.
Okay, so each of you roll a survival check for me, please. Jarina, what'd you get?
22, not nat.
Okay, Phoebe?
13.
13. All right, Phoebe and Jarina, you start taking a look at the map, and again, the map is in 3 pieces. It's not all together. Sora did her best to kind of put it on a piece of parchment, and kind of like glue it down slightly, so you're not constantly handling 3 pieces. But there is that large gap, and you're still trying to figure things out. But between the 2 of you, and you start kind of looking around, trying to get your bearings, you determine that once you actually able to make the road, it will probably be another week and a half before you actually reach Zadash. But it all depends on how long it takes you to get to the road. And Phoebe, this is where you're kind of lost. But Jarina, with your role, you determine that if you keep up a fairly reasonable pace from where you're at, you might hit the road in maybe 2 to 3 days. You all have you started wandering further west, more further west than you really should have. And so you were going northwest, and you kept veering very, very far from the road. So it's going to take you some time to get back towards the road. But once you're on the road, probably a week to a week and a half of travel to get back to get to Zadash. But you do feel fairly confident that you have, at the very least, bypassed the town of Allfield by just looking at the map.
I relay this to everybody.
All right. So I need to get from all of you, what pace are you traveling, and a marching order.
I'll go first.
I'll go second.
Phoebe first, Jarina
I'll
second,
go in the middle.
Sora and Cerberus in the middle.
I'll bring up the rear.
All right. Well, Leah, you want to go after Sora?
Sure.
Okay. Squall's gonna. You said you're gonna bring up the rear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll go behind Leah.
Okay, Rowan.
And I will probably be in front of Squall.
All right. Alrighty. And the pace you are traveling on.
Normal?
Normal sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Regular pace it is. Onward. So you move onward through the forest. Still, you are still in a very dense forest, and the terrain here is rather difficult to traverse. So uh, you are able to make some good time, but by the end of it, you are all very exhausted, given your ordeal with the water, with the river, and just traveling through these dense woods. Um, you are starting to really feel it. So, about the time the sun starts to set, you begin to make camp. Um, and as you break the camp, you're just some of you are just more so exhausted, you just kind of throw your bedroll down and just lay down on it. Um, are you going to take? Are you going to post watch for the evening, or what would you like to do?
Yes.
Okay. So who's taking first watch?
Me.
Dorina, and Leah. It looks like. Who's next?
I'll take second.
All right, Sora and Phoebe.
I'll take third.
Okay.
I'll take third as well.
All right, Squall and Galen.
Oh, and Galen asks the group, so that skull, should we douse it in fire every night?
I think that's a good idea. I think it should go in our campfire. Can you take
Wow.
that out, Leah?
While we do that, we should exercise extreme caution. We don't want to repeat of what happened last time. And I kind of glance at Sora worriedly.
Not touch it with bare hands or even cloth covered hands. I would use a stick of some sort to remove it and put it
Anybody
in the
got
fire.
tongs?
I'm sure there's sticks.
Isn't there a hole through it where, like, the rope went through, or no?
Oh no, there is a hole in the skull, but everything that was like all of that has been burned away.
Yeah, I know. I meant, like, the hole for, like, when it used to be a necklace.
Yeah, there's a hole in the skull.
All right, we put the stick in the hole, and then we pick it up.
All right, so who's doing that?
Not I.
Who has it? I think Sora was the last one who had it.
I have it.
No.
Oh, Leah
No,
has it. Okay. Okay, so Leah, how are you? You have this in your pack, I'm assuming. So how are you taking it out? What are you doing with it?
So I put my pack down on the ground. I open it up since it's already wrapped up pretty thoroughly to keep it from doing anything again.
Mhm.
I loosen everything and treat it like it's radioactive. I dump it out onto the floor and then pick it up with a stick and throw it into our fire.
Okay. So yeah, so you do all of that. You find you're able to find a stick and just kind of like push it towards the fire. It doesn't seem to as you take a look at it, it seems like it did when you first found it. Just a skull. And you just kind of slowly push it towards the fire. It rolls into the fire. Just kind of sits in the fire. Nothing seems to be happening.
It's exactly what we want.
Okay. All right. So now you have a fire. There is a crazy looking skull sitting in the middle of the fire. You begin to relax a little bit, take a deep breath, and begin to start your watches. So Jarina and Leah, you are first. I need you to make perception checks for me. Once again, you could either take them individually or one of you can do it with advantage.
Which would you
Individually?
prefer?
Individually.
Okay.
Okay, so roll your chicks for favor. Ooh, look at that face. Jarena, what'd you get?
5.
5. How about you, Leah?
6 plus 6, 12.
12. So during your watch, again, you can hear the sounds of the forest. You know, the some of the day birds going to rest, and then the evening birds. You know, the owls, all of those creatures that come out, the nocturnal creatures, start to wake and make their interesting sounds over the course of the evening. None seem to come near your campsite, thankfully. Uh, Most likely, probably because you have this nice fire going. But at the same time, maybe it's the creepy skull sitting in the middle of this fire. You're not sure. But thankfully, your watch comes to a close without any issue. Was there anything you both would like to do or discuss before your watch closes?
Hey, Leah.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I am from. 1 second, please.
Oh,
From Rexentrum. We lost Lori.
oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. What?
I'm from
What brought you-
Rexentrum.
What brought you to the fixer?
Mostly curiosity. I've become somewhat obsessed with the Savalier Wood, and it seems like a good use of my time at the moment.
You're also searching for answers in the Savalier Wood?
I am. Right now I am. Perhaps we could work together, or at least pool our resources of information.
Out of game, I'm gonna send you snippets of info from Hope's scrolls and what Phoebe translated from that book, and I proceed to tell Leah about finding this elvish book of the Savalier Woods and just share my information with her.
Sure, no problem.
I would like to also tell Jarena of what brought me to the path, the hidden messages in the hotel room where I was staying.
Yeah, you can tell her all that.
Okay.
Do you want it? Do you want it to be more of a like secret between you and her during your watch?
I'm gonna tell it to her. It's not something that has to be kept secret, but
Okay.
I'm not gonna advertise it to the rest of the group.
Okay, fair enough. So Leah goes into this interesting story about living in Rexingtrum, um, working for this interesting old woman who seemed to be doing pretty well by her, and turns out that that curiosity got the best of her one day, and this woman that she worked for had a pretty gem that she took. She felt very conflicted by it. When she went to go return it, she found that this woman and her son were interrogating somebody that worked for them as well, thinking that that person had the gem. She watched as they killed this person. They didn't know that Leah was watching. And from that point on, Leah decided it was probably best to leave Rexingtrum as quickly as possible. And she did.
Interesting.
That wasn't the story I meant.
You gotta tell me. You gotta tell me.
I know. No, I just meant that I found that inscription on the prison wall in I can't remember, that said to go seek out
Oh,
information of the Savalier Wood.
oh, from the fixer. Yeah, yeah. She found that, and you should tell the story. This is your story.
I know, I forgot most of it.
That's why you got notes.
I got so many notes.
You can come back to it later, or you can send them to her. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to do
Okay, I'll send them to her.
that. Okay. So, alrighty. So, um, the rest, as I said, the rest of your watch goes on without an issue. Which leads us to the second watch, which is Sora and Phoebe. Right, so, what would you two like to do? Would one of you like to roll with advantage, or would you both like to roll individually?
Uh, roll individually.
Okay, so I need a perception check from each of you.
I got a 19.
Okay, and what about you, Phoebe?
18.
So Leah and Jarena wake you for your watch. They bed down for the evening. You two go on throughout the evening. The forest here is thick with the hoots of owls and the sounds of other nocturnal creatures. Um, Again, in the distance, not too close to your campsite, but they are there nonetheless, which is a good sign. You take it, because normally, if there were other maybe larger creatures or maybe individuals still following you, they wouldn't be as loud. They wouldn't be as, uh, being their normal selves with a disturbance in the forest. So you feel mostly at ease as your watch comes to an end without much of an issue. Is there anything that you two would like to discuss before your watch closes?
While we're on watch, I am taking notes, but at the same time, I'm kind of glancing at Sora occasionally between notes, and I finally ask her, "Do all dragonborns not have tails?"
There are two types of dragonborn. If you give me a second. I'm a Ravenite, right, hon?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. I can't remember what the other one is called.
Everybody should at least take a look at their character sheets, maybe like 5 minutes before we start playing. Like, that would be super helpful.
The names don't exactly stick in my brain.
It tells you on your sheet what you are and
Yes, dear.
all the details.
Okay.
Okay.
There are two types of dragonborn. I'm a Ravenite, and I was brought up. My parents were killed in the war, and I was taken by the other Ravenites and taught sorcery.
No. Wizardry.
Wizardry.
Fascinating. And I continue to write, and as I do, I mention I only know one other dragonborn. And I adjust in my seat just ever so slightly. Lilokisa, she's a white dragonborn. She has a tail. She's a professor at the Nine Hells. Extraordinary. I consider her a sister to me.
And where are you from?
It's a little complicated, but I was born in the ice haven of Zandy Fields in West Winnedia.
Interesting. Are outsiders allowed in?
Um. Well, it again. It's complicated. Travelers come and go. Some station themselves there for mostly voyages. It's one of the reasons why I travel a lot. Given my family's history, my mother was actually an adventurer.
I see. Well, I found myself at odds with what I was being taught, and I decided to leave. So I'm, I guess I would classify myself as an adventurer.
Well, I suppose our paths eventually find us all in the same place. Um, I did explain why I was traveling. It was more over to help my father get out of wrongful imprisonment, but mainly to also secure my birthright within Vexington. I just don't know what family my family comes from. That's the issue.
If I can help in any way, I will.
I pause, and then I dig into my pouch, and I pull out the signet ring. My aunt had sent me a letter and some gold along with the signet. Does these symbols look familiar to you? Do you know what family that is? And I hand it to her.
Roll insight, or is it actually? Hold on one second.
No, for this, it doesn't look familiar to you offhand, but if you want to try and see if you can figure it out or remember anything, you can roll.
I was actually going to cast comprehend languages.
You can if you like. Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, it's a ritual. I was just trying to figure out something. Sorry.
Okay. So you're going to cast it ritual as a ritual. So you watch Phoebe as Sora pulls out her spell book. She kind of puts it down in front of her. She puts the your signet ring, right before the book, and she begins to kind of mutter under her breath, and she continues to uh, like it looks like she's drawing in the air, and as she does, you can watch as this faint bluish energy just creates these runes following her finger. And in about 10 minutes, you watch as all of the runes flare up and just flash quickly, and they're gone. And as she completes this, Sora, you look down at the ring, and it's not a language. It is a picture. So you don't. There's nothing, unfortunately, to comprehend. But you do get the impression it's a very specific looking. Um, it's a very specific looking thing. It looks almost like. Um, who do we lose now?
Lauren.
Lauren.
Okay.
Watch we lose tries next.
Oh, come on! Don't say that. You don't put that out there.
Don't jinx us.
Sorry.
Anyway, you look at it, and it's a very very specific. It's very strange. Um, it looks like a clawed hand, but only with maybe four fingers or three. You're not sure. It's very old. Um, and there does look like a pile of possibly what looks like maybe gold underneath it, or gems, or you're unsure. Again, it's so old that it's very faded. There's some of the detail is no longer there.
Can I roll history?
Sure, you can try. Very high DC.
It seems familiar, but I'm not quite sure. It's just like on the back of my head, tip of my tongue type thing. I rolled a 10.
Yeah. It's not coming to you. You're just not getting it.
I'm sorry, Phoebe. I can't quite remember what the symbol means, but it's not in any language. They're just symbols. I'll keep thinking on it and see what I can remember.
I quietly take the ring and I just mutter, bollocks. Well, just sit on it. If anything comes to you, please let me know.
Of course. I'm so sorry I couldn't help right now.
It's. I can care less of myself at this point. I only care about my father's freedom. He's been wrongfully imprisoned. Securing my birthright could help.
Absolutely. Maybe where we're going, this other wizard that we're going to meet might know more about it.
I wish it were that simple. Considering my position, I fear that the person after me might, I don't know. Worse things have happened. Assassins are after us, whoever they are. Who say that other people aren't after me as well? That I can't be sure of. We know that after school. But given this person that wants me in prison, I wouldn't hold it past him.
I think we'll be all right. You seem quite capable, and I will keep an eye out for you as well.
And with that, I extend my arm and I tell her, you have my trust.
And give it back, and I say, well, thank you.
Sora, something is nagging at the back of your mind when Phoebe told you about this dragonborn with a tail,
Mm-hmm.
because of the things that you were told being raised. There's a little bit of anger, a little bit of rage that kind of is built up. It's not showing, but you can kind of feel it behind, like right behind your eyes. Um, but you realize that that's not who's in front of you currently. But just the mere mention of it upset you.
All right. Oh, in my own head, I said, well, I'm going to ask her about that dragonborn um, at another time when she's a little bit more relaxed.
Okay. All right. So your watch comes to an end. You wake Squall and Galen for the final watch of the evening. Do you two want to roll individually, or one of you with advantage?
Individually.
Sure.
Okay. Perception checks from each of you, please. Squall.
I have not opened my eyes yet with a 3.
Okay. Galen.
24.
Okay. So Galen, you watch a Squall just occasionally. He's just sitting there and he's just kind of nodding off for about the first 2 or 3 hours of your watch. Occasionally, you just kind of like nudge him a little bit. Yeah, he just kind of wakes up. Um, but for the most part, you're doing most of the watching over the course of the evening. And much like your companions, your watch comes to an end without much of an issue. Um, the skull sitting in the fire, you do realize that it has spun from its original uh, position that it was putting in, and now seems to be staring at both you and Squall. But outside of that, You don't really see or hear of anything that you would think is an issue for you and your party. Is there anything you two would like to talk about or do before your watch comes to a close?
Hey, Galen.
So,
Any opinions on our group we're traveling with, or working together?
well, actually, I wanted to talk to you about working together, but out of all the people, I kind of like I trust you with like certain information, and I trust everybody else with certain information. But I think the one person I trust the most in this group with a lot of information would be Leah. But
Okay.
everybody has their strengths and weaknesses.
That would be an understatement.
Yes.
I don't know. I can't help the feeling that it's just all too chaotic, and I swear that Druid's gonna get one of us killed. Again.
Probably.
I mean, I know she means well, but I'm just not a fan of having a horse dropped on me, you know?
Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty funny.
I couldn't find
It
the
was
humor
an
in it.
accident.
You are asleep. You don't hear any of this.
I don't know. It's just,
You hear in your mind what Rowan was probably going to say.
yeah. I know she means well, but I don't know. It's not exactly what I would consider reliable tactics, and it's just, again, I'm pretty. I guess I can't say straightforward anymore, as I can arguably be in two places at the same time. But give me a sword and tell me what to swing at is kind of, it's just what I understand, and I don't know. I don't deal well with all this chaos, but I'll certainly ride with it till, at least for now. But I'm not gonna let it get me killed, to say the least.
Yeah, don't. I have had too many people, well, not people, but friends die to such a thing. So probably a good idea not to start now. So, but no, I was actually wanting to talk to you about like how the two of us are pretty much frontline fighters. I think we should talk strategies for multiple situations because again, we're a disorganized group of individuals with unique different powers. No one of us is the same.
Well, that's true. Uh, how's your how much can you lift? And I'm sizing him up actively, and I'm
Oh,
looking
I'm
at.
not a very strong individual. Most of my I do a lot. I'm really good at just hit and run,
Okay.
which is what I was thinking. Like you are a tank, I guess you would be considered in a group, right?
What's a tank?
Yeah, right.
Not that tank. A medieval. How would you describe a
Old
medieval?
words, twice old words.
Squall. Galen just called you a large water receptacle,
Right.
and you
There we
don't
go.
know,
There we go.
and you don't know like if he means that in a good way or a bad way. You're not,
Right.
you don't get it.
Right.
Oh,
So
young people and the lingo.
I'm just gonna like, it's just gonna go in one ear and out the other, and I'm just gonna like grab his arm, and I'm just like force him to flex for me, and I'm just gonna size up his muscular fortitude right now, like in a really personal way. Like I'm just getting handsy with him just to see what his stature, how it holds up.
All right.
You do know the skull is staring at us, right?
I don't know that. Remember, I rolled a three.
I told it. I just told Galen just told
I don't
you
see
about this. Like
anything.
as you're flexing him and everything,
Yeah.
I just pointed to the skull. I'm like, you do know the skull is looking at us, right?
What skull? And I turn around to actually actively perceive what the hell he's talking about.
Oh yeah, the that skull necklace thing that Leah keeps carrying around is sitting in the fire. You saw them do it earlier, but is it was facing away from all of you, and it is now facing both you and Galen.
Does it look like it's like being scorched, or like is it just?
No, it looks like a skull untouched by the fire, just sitting in the fire. There's no scorch marks. There's no black marks on it. Nothing. And the fire at this point is not very high. It's it's low, but still going.
But no, I'm not a strong person.
Okay, well, because I mean, I wouldn't say I'm weak, but I feel like we size up about the same. Like, I'm not very, I'm more of a, I'm more acrobatic in my own, stature, but I could take a hit or two. I'm currently, I should probably do, some more, upper body exercises to really compensate a little bit, but, I can, I very much am a hit and run style also, as I literally just teleport.
Yeah, you can be like two people at once, which
Yeah.
not many people can do. Like you can easily just flank a group of individuals.
I'm certainly using it to my advantage, but at least as of right now, I should probably think about, how to compensate for my,
All right. So how about
weaknesses.
this? How about a simple strategy that we can both do is I make or expose weaknesses on the enemy, and you exploit them because that's what I'm trained. I'm trained to exploit weaknesses, and you you do have the strength and ability to take down most targets at once if you can hit them.
Yeah. Yeah, I also don't I'm still learning some of the ins and outs of this combat style that I have, and whereas I can think, in two places at the same time, I'm still not necessarily sure to the extent that this echo can provide me, and such that like I I don't know if I can like like grapple somebody, or grapple an opponent in a way where I can take advantage of that. However, uh, if you
Can
ever
it
find
tell
yourself in a
people?
situation behind an opponent, uh, you think you can hold it down, I can give it a good stabby stab and we should be good to go.
Okay. Can it teleport people? Like when you swap places with it, do you also take whatever you're carrying?
I don't believe I can. I haven't exactly tried it. It doesn't seem like I could. It's almost like it's almost like it does exist. It's like it does have a physical manifestation, but at the same time, it's also kind of like I'm in a portal. Like I can kind of step through it in a way. Like I also kind of exist in that space temporarily. It's very strange. I'm still
Uh,
kind of figuring it out as I go.
Galen heard everything and it went out the other ear when you started going into actual technical specifications as to what this thing can do.
Yeah, yeah, it's all very cool, like I mean, sometimes sometimes I almost wish it was as simple as just, you know, hitting a guy, kind of like what you do. But, either way, it's far from mastery, so there's a lot I'm learning about this newfound power. So,
All right, well, keep it simple and then expand, I think would be a good idea.
yeah, and I look at my swords and just like clank them together. It's like still very easy for me to comprehend. I'm gonna like poke that skull. It's kind of like now it's in the back of my head. I'm gonna like take my sword. I'm gonna poke at the skull.
Okay. Poke the skull, and
Anything?
it hits the skull. The skull rocks back slightly, and then you let it go, and it just falls back to where it's the place it was sitting in.
Okay. It doesn't move or anything, right? Like outside of like on its own, right?
No, not that you could see.
Okay.
Actually,
I'm-
make a perception check for me.
13.
13. It doesn't look like it moves, but when you let it go, and it falls back down, it's no longer looking like straight at you and Galen. But as you start to kind of pull your sword away, you watch it ever so slightly just shift. So now it's looking at both of you just a little better. But it's just like maybe it was the fire, like the firelight is just kind of tricking your eyes, but you could swear that it just slightly shifted to see you two better.
Let's move that way and see if it looks towards us.
Okay.
And we move like 2 feet or 2 or 3 feet to the right or something.
Okay, so you and Squall just kind of like Scooby Doo, like just kind of like move to the side, and then you just move to the side again until you're no longer in actual sight of this of the skull. Both of you make perception checks for me.
Oh,
Squall,
19.
19, Galen.
22.
22. You start moving around like very and you're just kind of moving and you watch it and it still seems to be in the same spot. It doesn't seem to move. And then when you two kind of are like kind of satisfied and you stop moving, you both watch it just slightly, just very slightly, just slide till it's looking at you two a little clearer.
Well, we know it's still alive.
What should we do with it?
We'll take it to the wizard and he'll probably destroy it. Hopefully.
So what should we like? Just pick it up and pack it away, or?
Yeah, for now.
I mean, all right. So I guess I'll poke it out of the fire, assuming like it might still be like hot,
Okay.
right? And it's just like take my sword and shovel it out of the
No. Keep it in the fire. Keep it in the fire.
Keep it in the fire?
Yeah, for
Okay, all
until
right. I was
everybody
like, pull my
wakes
sword
up.
away.
Let's
Like,
let's wait. Let's wait. No.
oh, okay, all right.
We don't want
All
it
right.
growing more hands.
Hands, right? This thing's creeping me out, man.
No, it's a skull that grows hands.
I mean, like, I don't know how to feel.
All right, are we done?
Yeah, you feel ways about this, Squall.
Feel ways about this.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but your watch your watch comes to a close. The rest of your companions begin to rouse as the morning comes. It is a fairly nice day. It's a little overcast, but the temperature is a very, it's almost like a very nice fall type of weather. It's not too warm, but you can feel a cool breeze every now and then as you begin to walk and continue your journey towards the road north. So I need one of you, whoever is in the lead today, to make a survival check for me, please. So who will be in the lead today? Yesterday it was Phoebe, so today it looks like Jarina. Okay.
I'll go second.
I'll go in the middle like I did yesterday.
Okay.
Hey guys, are we cooking breakfast over the skull or what?
My stomach turned a little
No. No.
bit. It's just I didn't like that idea.
Hey, is it looking at you, Squall?
Hmm. Yeah, probably, and I don't like it.
It's facing in the direction of where all of you were sleeping.
Hmm. Hmm.
I quick sketch it as quickly as I can.
In the
Okay.
fire. Metal.
Yeah, you sketch it without issue. It doesn't seem to move. It's the greatest. It's one of the greatest subjects you've ever posed, other than the dead grung.
It
Um,
smiled bigger.
you think that maybe that was your artistic license, more than anything. Uh, but yeah, it's in your drawing. It has a great big smile. Little, you somehow you've made it even creepier looking, as only you are wont to do. So, you all begin to break camp. Who's doing what with the skull?
I just stay away from it.
Is anyone jabbing it with a stick and then wrapping it up?
I'm gonna pick it up with a stick, wrap it up, and put it back in Leah's pack because she's responsible for this abomination.
It's
All
fair.
right. Okay. So since you're all making a production out of this, I'm gonna need Rowan to roll me a dexterity check, and I'm gonna need Leah to actually no, Leah, you're just holding the bag open. Rowan, I'm gonna need you to roll a dexterity check to see how well you can do this without touching the skull.
I rolled a 6.
So you all watch as Rowan picks up the stick, and by this time the fire is practically done. You kind of letting the fire go down after breakfast is completed. Um, you kind of start poking the skull, stick it in the top of the hole of the skull, and you kind of get some leverage on it, and you begin to kind of lift it up, and you start bringing it over to Leah, and you can feel the wood of the stick start to, and it breaks, and the skull just tumbles into the ground, onto the ground, into the dirt. Thankfully, nobody's touched it. It's not touched anyone yet. But Leah, it's right by your feet.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to get into your pack.
I'm gonna take that piece of fabric that I had wrapped it up in
Amazing.
and get 2 sticks and use them like chopsticks and wrap it up like a little evil baby and then tie it with some evil string and then put it in my backpack with the stick again.
Okay. So the first interesting thing as you begin to do this, um, after this skull kind of sitting in the fire all night, you would expect it to be giving off some heat, even though you're not touching it, and you throw the fabric over it. You're pretty close to it, and you expect to feel some kind of heat, and you feel none.
Hmm.
You continue to wrap it, and you feel that the skull's giving off no heat at all. And you take the sticks, put it in your backpack. I need you to roll me a dexterity check, please. But
17 plus 4 is 21.
without any issues, you're able to get it into your pack, close up your pack, and get ready for your day of travel. Um, so yeah, so now going back to the rest of you all traveling, Jarina is in the lead. Jarina, can you please make a survival check for me?
20 not nat.
Very cool. Very good. So throughout the rest of the day, Jarina's taking the lead, and you watch with Maya's help. You actually watch as Maya flitters off for a little bit, comes back. Jarina seems to adjust the way she's going, and you continue moving forward. And with that roll, you actually manage to cut some time off of your travel. And just before the I would say just before midday, you actually start to see the forest and everything around you begin to become less dense. And then all of a sudden, you find the road heading north towards the dash. And you are now all, earlier than expected, on the road heading north. So as you...
Jarina,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Jarina, do you want to take the chance and travel the road during the day, or did you want to travel at night?
I think it should be safe to say that we can travel on the road. I feel like we've lost the group that's been following us. However, if they do catch up to us, then we can readjust our travels.
What about the guards and the soldiers that are looking for us? You heard the lawmaster. She said she was going to alert the entire state.
I don't think that's happened yet. I think we still got some time before it reaches the dash. It might have reached the other town already.
Well, we still have about a week and a half before we reach Zadash. So I feel like the closer that we get, we can figure something out.
Galen's
All
gonna put
right.
his hat. Oh.
I take off my crazy hat and I pull the hood up on my robes. And I said, I think we should hide our faces anyway. For the most part.
Galen's also gonna put his hat on, and he's gonna put on the blonde elf form, seeing how the only other form that has been seen other than his original form and his human form is this one. This is the only one that no one else, except for maybe Skull and a few other team members, have seen.
Okay. So just remember, you have to every hour you have to re-up that.
Galen, if you need a wide brimmed hat, this one's really good. It keeps the sun right out of your face.
I don't want your rodent filled hat.
It's the hat of vermin. It's multiple vermin, not just rodents.
You should not be a saleswoman.
I'm not a saleswoman.
And with that, you all continue making your way up the roads. Specifically, you are on the Amber Road, making your way north towards the dash. For the sake of expediency, we are going to move ahead a few days during your journey. These last couple of days that you have been traveling have been without incident. You've seen a number of individuals going up and down the roads. Some individually on horseback, others on carts, seemingly either making deliveries or just making their way up and down the Amber Road. It is a well-traveled road, as it seems to be one of the main roads, to many of the places from Zadash going south. So you do see a number of people, but again, the travel itself is without incident. People seem to be, those you do encounter seem to just be happy to just continue on their way without incident as well. So they do, occasionally some of them do give you kind of like glancing nods as you pass each other. or some of them just outright ignore you as they just ride past you. Which, considering what this group has been through over the course of the last couple of weeks, um, is kind of a blessing in itself. Can you guys all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I was just told that I froze.
There's been video lag between you and me, Dad, so I think it just might be a connection issue.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure.
Seem good in stream.
Okay. All right, just wanted to make sure. All right, so as I said,
Might be just Discord.
Yeah, it just might be Discord. Um. However, as I said, the next couple of days of travel have been without incident. You've been able to camp on the side of the road. You do find a number of different places very easily to camp out. As again, this is a very well-traveled road, especially by merchants and anyone trying to get south of Zadash through the Empire. Um, about the fourth day, actually the fifth day of travel. The today is a bit overcast. There is a bit of a chill in the air, and you do kind of feel a slight bit of humidity, as if there feels like there's going to be some kind of rain, or at least some dense fog, but it's just not there yet. And there's almost like this anticipation of this type of weather as you travel. But towards probably early afternoon is when you begin to make sight of the city of Zadash. You can see in the distance the large walls, a number of towers. This is probably one of the biggest cities that most of you have ever seen. As the fact is that you're probably a number of miles away, yet can still see the walls and see these towers. It's very, very impressive sight. And you're maybe you probably will be able to make it there by nightfall.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is this going to be one of those towns where they ask us who we are and what our business is when we enter?
Oh no.
That's metagaming.
You actually have
It's not metagaming. I've been there before, so I should know, right?
Are you saying this to the DM or are you saying this out loud to everybody?
I'm saying this to the DM.
Okay. I would say, given your experience, that you are unsure because you traveled differently back and forth from Zadash. So
you guys want
sure.
to come up with a good story then of how we're going to get into the city, or should we just say we're there to see Leopold von Scott?
I do believe that would be a good idea. To announce that we are going to see him. But if they were to ask who we are, we should elect one person to speak for us.
Well, Phoebes, you have the fanciest accent. Do you want to be the one to speak for us?
Of course. All right then.
Squall, remember I gave you that face covering for when we get to town.
Yeah, I have that. I have the like the cloak and stuff. Yeah, and I'm made that mistake. We've learned that lesson.
Okay.
I'm a little worried that the guards are going to be looking for someone looking for Von Scott, though, since they know he helped us.
We should be ahead of most information, I'd think. I don't know. We have been gone for like what, a month?
Yeah, we've been floating around the woods for a while. I don't know.
You would gather. I mean, you left Trossenwald and have been in the woods for about a week and a day, maybe like 5 or 6 days, and then it took you once you got to the road. You actually you made very good time, and it took you another 5 days to get here. So you actually made some very very good time.
Okay. I just think a messenger, one courier would have been fast enough to make it before us.
Hmm.
They didn't know where we were going to begin with, so hopefully you're right.
Okay, so you continue now with the city of Zadash in your sight. Um, about an hour after you've actually sighted Zadash, that's when the rain begins to fall.
Okay.
It is not a heavy drenching rain. However, rain is uncomfortable when you're just kind of walking on the road, trudging your way towards the city in the distance. And as it gets closer, you do feel a little damp, a little cranky, a little upset because of all of it. Galen?
So, because it's raining, and it's also like but it's still like daylight, but it's still like dark because of the cloud cover. Would I see normally, or would it still be disadvantage on like perception rolls or anything?
Um, it would depend on pretty much like what you were trying to see. And again, I would be the one to determine the cloud cover. So I couldn't say for sure until you decided that that's what you wanted to do.
Okay, just wanted to see.
So it's about maybe half an hour to 45 minutes after sundown. It is definitely the night has come. You're still on the road, but you are maybe 100 to 200 feet away from the gates of the city of Zadash. As you approach, you can see these massive gates, um, about the same size of the city walls, which seems to be about 60 to 70 feet high. The gates themselves are closed. They are made of wood and steel. However, there seems to be within the actual structure of the gates these actual wooden doors that are about average humanoid size. And standing in front of these gates are a number of Crownsguard. And you recognize Crownsguard. You've seen them in Trostenwald. They all wear similar armor and leathers. So you recognize them almost immediately. And you can see a number of people trying to make their way in one of the doors. They are being stopped and they're talking with the Crown's Guard. The opposite door, the one on your immediate left, you see occasionally a few people actually leave. And those folks are in carts, and they seem to be either merchants or just people who are transporting, a large amount of things coming out of Zadash. Galen, going to assume that at this point that you are in disguise.
Yes, and I have like probably a very wet hood over my head, so it's kind of try to make it a little harder
Okay.
to
Yeah,
see
you're
accurately.
you're all a little damp and soggy at this point. And you make your way up to the actual gates. And as you do, there are two grounds guard, each flanking the side of this rather large opening in the gate. And one of them just kind of puts his hand up and says, "What's your business in the city? Please approach."
I step up and I say, "We have matters to discuss with Von Scott."
Uh, who's that?
Did I say the name right?
You said Von Scott, and the guard
Did I?
said, "Who's that?"
Leopold.
Leopold.
Hey, is this a person that lives here in Zadash?
That is correct.
Make a persuasion check. What'd you get?
18.
18. Okay. He kind of looks at all of you. All of you there? Same person?
Correct.
What part does he live in?
Well, that is what we are hoping to find out. We were not given a specific address, but it is a pressing matter.
All right, don't make any trouble. Enjoy your stay at the city of Zadash. Be on your way.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And he just kind of waves you all through. The guard that's standing next to him, just kind of looking at all of you, and then just kind of looks over to the next people and just kind of starts waving them over. It's not many people are trying to make their way into the city at this time of night, but there are a few. As you make your way into the city, immediately one of the things that catches your attention is a number of hovels. The road is now very muddy as you enter, and on both the left and right sides, you can see what seems to be merchants with these very very small stalls that seem to be kind of standing there trying to keep the rain off of themselves, but also their merchandise. You can see other smaller stalls that are actually empty. Possibly those merchants have closed up for the day, given the weather. And as you're making it in, there are many people just kind of milling about in trying to kind of keep themselves out of the rain, on under some overhangs of some of the buildings. Others are actually standing around where some of the Crown's Guard are at, trying to keep dry. Crown's Guard don't seem to be having an issue with some of these folks. But as you make your way in, you can see an individual kind of standing there, like right by one of the overhangs that's by the guard station on this side of the gates. And he's kind of has a cloak over his head, and he kind of sees all of you, and he kind of begins to make his way toward all of you. Um, as he approaches, you can see what looks like to be uh, a humanoid man, a human man about maybe in his late 40s, early 50s, um, starting to balding, blondish gray hair, slicked back from the water. He has a gold hoop earring in one ear. And his clothing, while it seems like it was probably nice at some point. You can see is mud splattered. There are some tears and rips that have obviously been um, sewn and fixed over time, but not very well. Um, and as he approaches you all, I said, "Oh yes, hello. Good to see all of you. Welcome to the Dash. It's a pleasure to see all of you. Unfortunately, it is a very nasty, rainy day, but you know how it is here in the Empire. It's it could be beautiful one day and terrible the next. So it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Uh, my name is Peric Gawain. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. And I hope that whatever brings you to the Dash is not terrible but good. But whatever it may be, I offer you my humble services as guide throughout this beautiful, beautiful city of ours. for a mere pittance of possibly 8 silver pieces. He just kind of like holds his hand out as he says this to all of you.
I look to the rest of the group. Should we entertain this?
Sure. Why not?
Guilt
I-
I take
I don't
out
trust
eight
him.
silver.
Hang on.
He's standing right in front of you, and he's like,
I
it's like, I assure you, my dear, I am here just offering my services as a mere guide through the city of Zadash. I immediately saw all of you, and no offense intended, but you all seem to be out of towners. As you've never been here before, you have that babe in the woods look among you. So I thought that I would probably assist, as that I've lived here all of my life.
I turn around to face him, take one step closer, and I say, "Do you know where Leopold von Scott lives?"
Leopold von Scott. Well, I do know of the von Scott Manor that exists within the Tri-Spires. There's possibly the von Scott that you're looking for.
Well, unless we have definitive answer, I'm afraid your services are not required.
Well, it's the only von Scotts that are here in Zadash. I could show you around, show you where you could actually bed down for the evening. It is getting quite late, and you all look very soggy and road weary. I could, at the very least, possibly show you to a place you could stay.
I look over to Jarina. Yes?
DM, do I believe what he's saying is truthful and non-deceitful?
Make an insight check.
17.
17. He seems to be, while he's a fast talker, there doesn't seem to be kind of like he's trying to deceive you in any way. He's more likely, it's more likely like he's definitely trying to convince you to pay him, but he's not saying anything deceitful to you at all, as that you can tell.
It is getting quite late, and we are very, very wet. I think it would be in our best interest to find a place to bed, and if he can help us find it quicker, I would gladly give him 8 silver for it.
I look over to the man. I give a sigh. Very well. Pay the man.
And I hand him 8 silver.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you very much. Again, Peregrine is at your service. It's a nickname they call me. Some people don't like to say my whole name, so they just call me Peregrine. Yes.
I'm sorry. What's your name, sir?
Oh, well, I'm sorry if you missed it the first time. I will do my best. My name is Perik Going. But as I said, you can. Some call me just Peregrine. It's very fine. It's fine. But yes, let's please do follow me. I will show you. Welcome, and as you walk, he actually, like a tour guide, begins to tell you a little bit about Zadash. Like, you are currently in the outer steads of the wonderful great city of Zadash. Once the jewel of the Duelist Empire, the dynasty, yes, the Duelist Empire. Now it is one of the greatest cities of the Dwendalian Empire. The Duelist Dominion was this was their crowning city, and well, they just took it over. So, but now it is still a wonderful city, but yes, this is the outer steads. This is where some of the more homely and destitute of the citizens of Zadash, but you could find some excellent deals. Some of the market stalls that some of the people here actually do have, as you can see, a lot of them are closed for not only for the evening, but because of the weather. Let us continue. And he continues to take you through this area, and you can see that, yeah, a lot of the people that you are seeing either in the streets or going into these hovels, don't seem to be very well off. It does definitely seem to be the lower class area of Zadash that you are currently walking through. And you are walking through it for a good like 15 to 20 minutes. It's very large. The city is very, very large. Um, as you continue to make your way past this area, he says, "Oh yes, well, we're very much on the edge. Where I'm actually taking you for the evening. I'm taking you to this lovely establishment known as the Leaky Tap. The Leaky Tap they do have good ale, good food, and warm beds and rooms should you need them. And given and he just kind of motions to all of you. Given that again you are road weary and you seem to actually need a place, this is probably your best bet. Some of the other places here in Zadash are quite pricey. As I want to make sure that you get your money's worth, and he kind of takes you over to this overhang by this random building to make sure that you're all out of the rain. He goes, the if you continue to walk this way, and he points further up the road that you're walking, you will reach the Pentamarket. The Pentamarket is where most of the goods of Zadash are exchanged and sold, and you can find many interesting things here as well. So if you don't find it here in the outer steads, you will absolutely find it in Pentamarket. You have bakeries and ale houses. You have merchants and blacksmiths galore. So that's probably the place you want to do. If you want to do any shopping, it's going to be in the Pentamarket.
Mr. Gawain, excuse
Yes.
me, is there a bathhouse nearby?
Oh yes, there are a number of bathhouses in there, but I would probably, once you establish yourself at the Leaky Tap, I would actually speak with the innkeeper, and they could probably get you a discount. That's you. Not many people would let you know about that. So, if the Penta Market is, as I said, is where you're going to do your shopping, and then further past the Penta Market is the Intersted Sprawl. This is where some of the more well-off individuals, but not lords or ladies per se, live within the city of Zadash. The people there are quite lovely. I once owned a home in the Intersted Sprawl. Unfortunately, no longer, but it is a very nice place to stay, a very nice place to live, and very, very good people. Um, but you said something about the Von Scotts. So the unfortunate thing here, then you might run into some issues. And again, he just kind of like looks you all up and down. The Von Scott Manors in the Tri-Spires. That's where the Lord and Ladies actually live. So you might have a little bit of an issue as you don't, and again, I mean no offense, look the part. You will definitely have to speak with some of the Crown's Guard should you want to gain entry into the Tri-Spires. My name doesn't mean what it once did, so unfortunately, I could not tell you to just use my name and it would get you past the guards. Yes, you might have some issues. So just, I
We
would,
will work our way around them.
well,
No
I just, forewarned is forearmed. So I just thought you should know. And that's, I believe, I mean, that is the roundabout tour of Zadash. If it was not this disgusting out this evening, or maybe it was even earlier in the day, I would actually take you on a walking tour. But I think you all want to rest for the evening, if I'm not mistaken. So, um, so I thank you for your patronage. I thank you for paying me. I hope that I was as informative as you needed me to be. Do any of you have any questions that hopefully that if I did not answer them initially, that I could possibly help you with.
I have something you can help me with.
Yes, what can I do for you?
I slip him a gold.
Oh, my lady, thank you so much.
If anybody asks if we were where we are going, we never were here and we were never going to see the Von Scotts. Do you understand?
Who who are all of you? I've never seen you before. Von who? I have no recollection.
Excellent.
And might I dare say, for an extra 3 gold, if such individuals were to come question for you, if you are staying here at the Leaky Tap, I could come and possibly inform you that they are looking for you.
I think that's
I-
worth it.
Yeah, pay the man.
Oh, it was such good fortune that we ran into each other this evening. Who, while I won't remember the name, who might I ask are you, so I can definitely know that they are inquiring about you?
Nobody.
Very well, very well. I did not mean to pry. I just, as I said, I just, forewarned is forearmed. So, but yeah,
Confidentiality, I hope
I
you
will have to,
understand.
I will have to make do with possible if I hear your descriptions being bandied about or some such. I will make sure to come here to the Leaky Tap and seek you out.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, good sir.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you all, and enjoy your stay here in the wonderful, beautiful city of Zadash. And he kind of, with a flourish, he just kind of like backs away. And you turn and you can actually see that you are standing in front of the Tavern Inn of the Leaky Tap, which is right across the way from where you are standing.
So, if he could be bought that easily, who's to say who's following us won't give him more money?
Exactly.
So we should spend the night in another inn. We
I
can't
think
just
that
while we're in
Yes.
I do believe that would be prudent, as well as maybe under cover of night going to the Von Scott estate.
town, of course. Although we should not pick an inn that's too seedy, as those are tendency to be more tempted.
Well, if I could make a suggestion, because he did say that it would be hard to even get into that part of town, may I remind everybody that we do have those wonderful outfits that the Von Scotts helped pay for us.
And we have that certificate that he gave us.
Correct. We do have paperwork stating that we are a part of the Von Scotts, and we do have a letter for Leopold.
That's true. So, I just want to get out of these wet clothes. I think it would be okay if we stayed here for just one night.
I agree.
All right. So as you finish this discussion and just literally just walk 10 feet across the way, you find yourselves in the doorway and quickly inside the actual very nice looking, warm interior of the Leaky Tap. And that is where we're going to take our break. So thank you everybody for staying with us this long. We're gonna take our break. We'll be back shortly, so stay with us. As I was saying in the beginning, our sponsor you're gonna see during the break. Our sponsors commercial, a little bit about what Never Ending is, the animation process and stuff. It's actually pretty cool. And as soon as we get back, we will see what happens now that our adventurers are within the city of Zadash. So we will be back. And we're back. Hello, everybody. So last we left, our intrepid adventurers have made their way into the city of Zadash. Uh, Dripping wet, soggy from the rain outside, brought to a warm, interesting interior of an inn known as the Leaky Tap. You all walk in, and immediately, the first thing that uh, you you notice is one, it's nice and warm in here. It feels great to be in here. Secondly, you hear music going on. Uh, from the corner, you can see a trio of actual musicians just playing some very low music, and this is a pretty large establishment. There are about half a dozen tables. There are people filling about three of these tables. They seem to be, drinking and laughing and talking amongst themselves. And even as you make your way into the doorway, uh, they do stop slightly what they're doing to see who these newcomers are, but then very quickly go back to their business. You can see this uh, older human woman, just like she's like barreling her way towards you. She's like, "Oh my dears! Oh, look at you! You're all wet. You're all soggy. Please, come in, come in. Here, sit." And she kind of motions over to one of the empty tables. Have a seat. Take off some of your wet clothing and just put it to the side over here, and I'll get you something warm to drink. Just be above it. And then she just kind of disappears as quickly as she appeared, into a back area. As you all begin to seat yourselves, you then, as you are like kind of taking off your cloaks and kind of putting them, to this over at the side, whether it's on the side of your chair or whatever. She comes over and she has a tray filled with mugs that you can see steam rising off of. And she kind of places it down. She says, "I've had some hot tea already brewed, just in case for anyone who was caught out in this terrible rain. And I'm just and here you are." And she just kind of starts passing it around to all of you. It's not the specialty, but it is good tea. If you want a little extra in it, just let me know. These are complimentary. But if you want a little extra, I will have to charge you for. But welcome. And my name is Florence McLaughlin. I am the owner and of this establishment, and it is a pleasure to have you here. Could I get you any food? To start you with some food, something to warm your bellies?
Yes, Florence. What's available?
Oh well, I mean, we have it. We have everything here. We have meats. We have cheeses. If ham or pork is what you require, we have that as well as beef. We have fruits and vegetables. All the fixings. What is it that you would like?
What do you have already made? Do you have stew?
Oh yes, we have the finest stew in Zadash. It's beef with potatoes. Some we have some celery and vegetables mixed with a very thick broth. My own special recipe. Is that stew for everyone?
I
Sounds
have
good.
I have a question.
Yes.
I can't really find this anywhere, but you wouldn't happen to have Radler, would you?
Radler. I haven't had that in some time. I can check the back to see if I have some. But
Smashing, thank you.
all right, you're welcome. Yes, I'll go check it. But besides the rattler, anything else? So stew for everyone.
Yes,
Yes.
it works for me.
Stew and some. Do you have any eggs by any chance? Hard boiled eggs?
We could get those ready for you in a few moments.
Just one hard boiled egg should be fine. It's for my sidekick over here.
And she kind of looks at you. Oh, yeah, it's so cute. Yes. Okay. Yes. Excellent. All right. So stews for everyone. Um, I will check on the rattler for you. How many eggs for your little friend?
2 should be fine.
All right. Two boiled eggs. And if there's nothing else, I will make my way. Yes. And she kind of points to you, Sarah.
So a mug of ale or mead would be nice.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Which would you like? Ale, beer, uh, wine.
Wine would be fine.
Excellent. I will
I'll
get you
take some ale.
ale, wine. All right. Excellent. All right. That is going to be, and she starts to do some calculations in her head. Um, altogether, that'll be 8 silver, please.
I take out 8 silver
Excellent.
and I give it to her.
All right, I'll bring that up right away. Just start warming yourselves, and if you like, the fire is going. She points over to this beautiful fireplace, stone fireplace. Fire is going right there. There's like a couple of stools and a bench kind of around it. Nobody's sitting around the fire at the moment, but she kind of points over to it and she says, "If you like, just please feel free to warm yourselves by the fire while your food is being prepared and be brought out for you."
Thank you.
Thank you, Florence.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And she kind of turns and she leaves to go get your order all set.
I look to Phoebe and I didn't know that you liked Rattler.
And I give her this incredulous look. You do too?
It's one of my favorite beverages. I haven't been able to have it in months.
Oh, well, if she happens to find it, we should have her around.
Absolutely. It's a good idea.
I go warm myself by the fire and I hold out my cloak to dry.
Kind of bring your cloak with you, sit by the fire. It's nice and warm. It feels so good. Sora?
Question. My self-cleaning, self-mending outfit, does it dry out the same way?
Nope. You can make it clean, but it's still wet.
All right. I sit a little closer to the fire, but keep my distance a little from Rowan. Just want to be by myself for a minute.
Okay. Not a problem.
I'd like to look around Galen would like to look around the tavern and see if there's anybody like suspiciously looking at us.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
Do I see Galen doing this?
I don't know. What's your passive What's your passive perception?
$16 was my perception. No, not 16. 21. Sorry, is my perception check.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll perception, or do you want me to tell you the number for passive?
No, I just want your passive perception.
13.
Yeah, you see him like looking around.
I whisper to him, "Exercise caution. We do not want to draw attention to ourselves."
I don't know what you're talking about.
Galen,
Just don't look like you're looking for someone.
What did I get?
So as you are looking around and Phoebe says this to you, you kind of looking around and pretty much everybody seems to be just going about their own business. Occasionally you'll catch a glance of somebody just kind of like, taking a look at you. But again, you are a large group. You are a motley looking group. So the odd look now and then is not out of the ordinary. But it's not like anybody's intently like watching you or staring at you.
Okay.
I totally miss the social cues that Sora's giving off and start chatting inanely with her.
Fair enough.
I sigh tiredly and just say, I would love to chat with you later. However, I would just like to sit for a moment and relax.
Okay, I start talking to her to the direwolf. Is he here in with us?
No,
Is
Cerberus is actually outside. Cerberus has been trained to the point where she just kind of uh, knows that she's not allowed inside of buildings. So unless you said otherwise, Sora, she's kind of like right outside the door.
I'm gonna talk to the waitress and see about getting her some shelter.
So eventually, Florence does come back, and she has a number of trays. She's balancing them very very deftly in her hands. She begins to put the trays down, starts serving out the bowls of stew for everyone. Um, she gets the drinks, and for you, Phoebe, she just looks and she goes, "Oh, it turns out that I have 2 bottles of Rattler left. Um, but they are very difficult to get. They are imported and very expensive to make. So, would you? I could get you a glass, or I could give you the bottle.
Can we have both bottles?
How
Oh,
much?
that would be 6 gold for both bottles.
I give
Split
her
the
6
price?
gold. Yeah, I give her 3 gold.
And I give her 3.
With the thank you. Yeah, I'll get those for you right away. Give,
Splendid, thank you.
give me a moment. And she kind of turns around, rushes off, comes back momentarily with the 2 bottles. Brown bottles, very nondescript, but they are corked, and there is similar to like Maker's Mark, where the kind of like the wax is dripped over the top of the cork and kind of dripping down. The bottle itself that makes the bottle look less plain and actually seem very interesting. But they are both sealed and corked, and she hands them both to you with two glasses, and she goes, "Enjoy, enjoy. I'm glad we were able to do this for you. That's wonderful."
Thank you so much, Florence. It's
thank
been
you.
a while since we've had this.
Oh no, no, please. I'm happy to do it for you. Um, is there anything else that I could do for you before you enjoy your meal?
Did we secure rooms, Phoebe?
We do not.
Florence, we're going to be spending the night, if that's okay, if you have anything available.
Oh, well, yes, we are currently we have rooms available. Yeah. How many will you require?
It's best if we sleep in pairs, so 4?
4. Only one person's going to be sleeping by themselves.
So 4 rooms.
Yes,
For
please.
for the evening. All right.
Yes.
And you'll be. They said there'll be two to a room.
For
I
the
want to
most
make sure. I
part.
want to make sure that you're getting the rooms with 2 beds.
Yes, we have about 2, 4, 6. We have 7 in our group, so one of them is going to be by themselves.
All right. I mean, the rooms will be the same price. It's just some of the rooms have double beds and some of them don't. So,
Of course.
all right. So for 4 rooms altogether, going to look at. That's going to be 2 gold pieces.
I hand her 2 gold.
Thank you very much. You start your meals. I'll get you your room keys. Don't no worries, no worries. And again, please enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh,
Want to sit by the fire, Phoebe?
That sounds like a splendid idea. I think it's time we unwind a little bit.
Agreed.
As you move over to the fire, and you are starting to eat your stew, and it is good. It is good stew. There's not only do you have the bowls of stew, but there are almost like an assortment of these bread rolls that you are actually able to eat with the stew, and it just adds to the flavor. And each of these bread rolls have different seasonings on them. Um, and then along with the stew, which seems to be part of the meal itself, you do have a small assortment of these small cheeses as well, along with some grapes. It's a very nice presentation and not what you were expecting, considering the walk you had here to this place. and the outside itself doesn't seem all that extravagant, but food is delicious, and the interior is well decorated, warm, and seems very well taken care of. This is a very nice inn. Um,
Be
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I stop Florence before she leaves, and I tell her, um, one of my companions is still outside. Um, just as a warning, she's a dire wolf. She's very extremely well trained, and I would just like to procure some shelter, maybe in a stable for her.
Oh, would you take me outside to meet her? I know how some animals are. They, I don't
Oh,
want to approach her.
absolutely.
So you go outside, and the actual inn itself does have an overhang. And Cerberus is very much pressing herself against the wall, trying to keep out of the rain as it's going. Um, Not laying down, but just kind of sitting there, but pressing herself up there. And you can see at least 4 or 5 people who look like they're trying to get into the inn, who are just like stopped and just like not moving, afraid to move, and they're just kind of like standing in the pouring rain, staring at this large dire wolf.
That's what I get for being tired. um, so I bring Florence out. I say, Cerberus.
Yeah, as you step out, you see these individuals. You see them first, and they go, "No, no, no, don't make any sudden movements. Somebody went to get the crowds gone. It's fine. Just be careful. Don't make any sudden movements."
Okay, she's my friend. I
What?
walk up to Cerberus, and I start petting her and scratching her behind the ears. And I introduce her to Florence and tell her, Cerberus, she's going to take you someplace, and I will go with her if you want. Um, so you can get warm and get a meal.
So yeah, so she kind of like she puts her hand out. Cerberus begins to smell and sniff it, and kind of accepts it. And then she kind of gets them. She goes, "Who's a good doggy? Who's a good doggy?" And she starts scratching. And Cerberus is just kind of like letting it happen. And you watch Cerberus's large hind leg just start pounding. She says, "Oh, it's okay now. Now she knows who I am. We have a small like it's almost like a barn that we keep. We store things in the back. I'll put down some straw. I'll get her some food, and she'll be nice and comfortable in there. Um, I am going to have to put her in, like, we do have a stall in there. I'm going to have to put her in there just for safety's sake. And don't worry, they just said that they just called the Crowns Guard. I'll deal with it when they get here. It's
Thank
no
you
issue.
so much. How much do I owe you?
Oh, it's on the house for the evening. But if you're going to stay any longer, depending on how much she eats, she looks like she's a big girl. I would probably say it's going to run you about maybe 6 to 7 silver per evening.
Oh, I hand her gold, just in thanks.
Oh, well, as I said, I'll put her in the back, and you can go see her anytime you wish.
That's your tip for being so kind and so nice.
Oh,
Usually, people are extremely afraid of her, as you have seen.
oh, we see a lot of strange things here in Zadash. Uh, while they are a bit yellow, I'm not such a person. Their cowardice betrays who they really are. It's fine. There are many strange things here, and the longer you stay here, you'll probably see the same. So it's no problem, no worries at all.
Well, again, thank you. I'm going to go sit inside and have my meal then. And I turn and I tell Cerberus, I say, good night, my love. I will see you tomorrow.
And you watch as Florence just kind of leads her around the side of the building towards the back, and you can see exactly like the small little kind of barn slash storage area that she takes her into before you go inside. But then you head inside. You start eating, and again the food is delicious. A few moments later, Florence comes back. She has your keys. She hands out the keys to you. She goes, "Yeah, if you just take the stairs right up there, up on the second floor, the keys are all marked with your room numbers. Everything should be all right." And she looks at you, Sarah. She says, "And your friend is very very comfy right now, very dry, very happy. Big, I gave her a big piece of steak. we had unfortunately dropped during cooking and we couldn't use anymore. But I washed it off and I'm sure it's fine for her. She seemed very happy with it.
You are amazing. Thank you so much again.
Oh, no worries. As I said, I just want to make sure that everybody here has the best experience staying at the Leaky Tap. So just enjoy your evening. If you need anything else, you just let me know.
Thank you, Florence.
I pull Phoebe aside and I say, Phoebe, maybe we should talk to her and tell her that if anyone comes searching for us, to please say that he doesn't know what they're talking about or who we are.
Well, what I would suggest, because we have just gotten here, it would raise suspicion if we were to ask that straight away. What I would suggest when we leave tomorrow, because we do plan on going to the Von Scots the next day, we pack up, and that is when we make a proposition.
Sounds like a sound plan.
All right then. And then I go back to eating and conversing with Jarina.
Okay. So you eat your dinner. It's an amazing dinner. You are all there's so much food that there's still food left over. Drina?
I attempt to give Maya hard-boiled eggs. I cut them in half for her so that it's easier to eat.
She eats them without question.
When I finish eating, I ask Florence where the nearest bathhouse is.
Oh, the nearest bathhouse. Well, it's closed currently. It is rather late, unfortunately. But it's not too. It's actually not too far. If you make your way up this street over here, and she kind of points in the general direction. She says, "You just keep going up the street. You can't miss it. It's very large. It's called the Drowned Rat."
Charming.
Well, yes, it's an unfortunate name. Apparently, someone had to. The story is that someone had to name it because they lost a bet. The unfortunate name it now currently has, but it is one of the best bathhouses here in the area.
Okay, thank you. I'll definitely use it in the morning.
If you tell them that I sent you, they will cut you a deal for five silver off.
Oh, awesome.
So, is there anything else I can do for you, dear?
No, thank you. I think I'll head up to my room soon.
You enjoy your evening.
Thank-
So the rest of you finish up your dinner. There's plenty of food left over, but you are all stuffed and very satisfied. Phoebe and Jarina, especially with your bottles of Radler, which if you do are I don't know if you're opening and drinking it currently, but when you do, it is exactly the way you remember it. Sweet, delicious, that hint of barley and ale beer. Uh, Jarina reminds you of a lot of nostalgic memories. You do feel a little bit sad, but also happy to have this reminder of home. Phoebe, the same. This is one of your favorite drinks, and when you were old enough, you were able to share it with your father. But definitely fills you with a melancholy. Happy but sad at the same time. Is there anything any of you would like to do before resting for the evening and moving on to the next day?
I decide to save 2/3 of the bottle for foreseeable future.
I do the same.
Yeah, easy enough. All right. So you settle down for the evening, and your rooms are very nice. I mean, they're not the fanciest you've ever seen. Your rooms in the Von Scott Manor were actually much nicer than these rooms. But again, you're very satisfied. The mattresses are actually fairly soft and broken in. The sheets are clean. The rooms themselves are also very very clean and well lit. They're very comfortable rooms. Um, and you all lay down and uh, you bed down for the evening and have a nice long rest. Wake the next morning with all of your hit points intact, and any spell slots you have used are currently refilled and refreshed, as a long rest does. You awaken into the smells of many breakfast foods, just emanating through the floors, um, and it smells so delicious. Make your way down. Most of you make your way down, or all of you make your way down to the food, and you see Florence there with about maybe a dozen or so individuals who are already starting to get breakfast and starting to eat as well. There are two empty tables which you are easily able to grab. Florence comes over and says, "Oh, good morning, good morning. Would anyone like breakfast? What can I get for you?"
Meats
Eggs
and
and
cheeses for me.
eggs and bacon are good.
Excellent, excellent. She kind of takes all of your orders of the foods that you want. Um, and, just again, for the sake of expediency, unless you're asking for something super crazy, she has it. And she's able to cook it for you.
I'm looking up my favorite my favorite treat.
Okay. Well, when you find that, let me know.
Is
Bless you.
Thank you.
Um,
I head off to the bathhouse after breakfast.
well, the breakfast itself is going to cost you 7 silver altogether.
Okay.
All right. So Rowan, as soon as breakfast is over, Rowan just kind of gets up and leaves. Just walks away from all of you.
Be careful.
Apparently, I don't have one. I go to see Cerberus, make sure she's all right, and let her know I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be at the drowned rat.
Remember to wear your fancy clothing.
I will.
Okay.
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah, as a reminder for everybody, we should probably get dressed in our fancy clothing for when we go visit the Von Scotts.
Cool.
Are the roads all muddy from the rain? Has the rain stopped? What's going on?
Well, Rowan, as you step out, you can see that the rain has indeed stopped. But the roads do still look somewhat muddy. Um, there isn't a paved roadway per se in this area, but um, there is a layer of dirt which is now muddied, and there doesn't seem to stop any of the traffic of the goings on around the city this morning. People are still moving about, going about their business. You see carts and individuals and children and families just kind of walking through the streets currently, and they pay you almost little to no mind as you walk through the streets currently. You make your way over to the directions exactly correct, over to the drowned rat, and it is not as big as the bathhouse in Trossenwald, but it's still decent. You make your way inside. There is a young gentleman, young half elven gentleman sitting behind a counter. You approach him. He says, good morning. You need a private room or public bath?
Oh, private if you got one.
Yeah, we got one open. That'll be 1 gold, please.
I fish out a gold and I give it to him.
Right, thank you.
Are there any services for cleaning of clothes?
Yeah. Where do you think this is? The Tri Spies?
No, I just, I came from out of town and I was just wondering.
Oh no, sorry. We don't have any of them fancy magic-y types that do that stuff here. We could wash your clothes for you. It's just gonna take a while. Can't hear you.
I wasn't asking about magic. I just.
Well, no, it's the fastest way to do it. I mean, we could do it for you. Well, it'll be a couple hours because we got we got to wash them, and then we got we got to hang them out to dry. Um, yeah. If you don't want it washed, we can beat it for you.
As much as I like freshly beaten clothes, I'm going to decline.
Oh, very well. No worries, it's fine. Sorry, but yeah, trust buyers, if you can afford the fanciness over there, they do that in their bathhouses over there.
All right, thank you so much.
Sorry, but yeah, let me show you to your private bath. He grabs some towels from some shelves from behind him, and he kind of walks you over to a private room. And again, similar to Trostenwald, these are just like almost like below ground stone baths. With this private room, it's actually very very comfortable for an individual. He actually said, "Hi, we got a customer. Just bring in the warm water." And you see a couple of individuals just come in with these large pails with steam just coming off of them, and they just start pouring the warm water into the bath, keeping it at a nice temperature. He says, "Well, there you go. There's some oils and things right there on the small table there. If you need anything, you can ring that little bell, and myself or one of the other individuals here will come running."
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And he kind of closes the door behind him, leaves there. And yeah, you can see the table. It's right next to the actual bath itself. So you wouldn't even have to leave the bath to get out and ring the bell if you need. But you disrobe, you have a nice warm bath. And again, the oils are pretty nice. There's sandalwood, there's lavender, there's a couple of different fragrances there that you could use either in the water or on yourself, should you care to. But over the course of the next hour, you are very comfortable, clean, and relaxed. And eventually,
I take my fancy dress out of my pack and I try to hang it in the steam so that the wrinkles or whatever come out of it. And hopefully it was dry after our adventure. Maybe I'll spritz a little nice smelling oil on it.
it's a little wet around the edges, but for the most part, it's dry. But yeah, you are able to hang it out, and the steam does seem to help.
And I try to scrub all the mud off my boots after I'm done with my bath.
Yeah, you do the best you can. You scrub the mud off, and anything that gets on you, you just kind of dip yourself back in the bath and kind of clean yourself off.
And I'll take my cloak, which has dried overnight, and I'll turn it inside out so it doesn't look as worn. And I'll just put it on top of my fancy dress.
Okay, easy enough. And as I said, over the course of the next hour, you are able to do all of this. You leave fancier and cleaner and more relaxed than you came to the bathhouse, and are able to make your way back towards the leaky tap. During this time, Sora, you make your way to that back area to see how Cerberus is doing, and you do see Cerberus inside the stall as Florence had said. But she seems to be very comfortable. There's a lot of straw. There's even a blanket that's on the side as well. And you can see that when you come in, that she is gnawing on a bone that is mostly picked clean. There's still a few pieces of meat kind of hanging on it, but for the most part it's meat. And then she kind of looks up at you and sees you, and her tail starts to wag as she's absolutely happy to see you.
I go in and I sit next to her and I just kind of start rubbing her and just, giving her some attention. I get her favorite spot behind her ear. I rub her belly. have a little bit of talk, sweet talk with her, and then tell her, I have to go now, but make sure that you're taken care of, and I'll see you soon.
She kind of licks the side of your face.
Love, I love you.
Tail wags even harder. All right. So the rest of you, you've been pretty much sitting inside. You had your breakfast. Beautiful, great meals again. Trying to get ready for the rest of the day. You all make your way back to your rooms to put on your fancy clothes. I guess you said you're going to Tri-Spires? Or are you going to attempt to go? You begin to put on your fancy clothes. By the time Rowan is back, you're all kind of waiting downstairs for her. Rowan, you see the rest of your companions kind of sitting at the table in their fancy dress, waiting for you. And
Sorry, I hope you didn't keep you guys waiting too. Galen just yawned at me.
Yeah.
I was about to say no, but
they seem as opposed to a couple of weeks ago where you were running for your lives and trying to survive. The rest of your party seems pretty bored. But you're not sure if that's a good thing or not. At least the DM doesn't know if that's a good thing or not. So,
DM, there's something I have to take care of now. It just came up. It's like a family emergency. I messaged the group.
Oh.
I don't want to, but I have to jet right now.
Yeah, no.
Is there
you do what you need to do. That's fine.
Okay.
Will you be able to leave your camera on or no?
Yeah, the dogs will probably be looking at it.
That's fine.
While I'm gone.
That's fine. Go do
Okay.
what you need to do. Do what you need to do.
All right. Sorry, guys. See you later.
That's fine.
No
you go
worries.
on.
Alrighty. So, Rowan shows up. Your party seems ready to go. What would you like to do?
So, me and Jarina were discussing the short-term plan for the time being. We obviously are to pack our things and make our way to the Von Scots.
Should we scout first? Like, just see if we are even allowed in, or if it's possible to be allowed in, and then come back for our stuff?
Well, we have the documentation that says we are part of the family. They can't question that.
Okay, just wanted to
And the less
suggest that.
Oh, I understand. But the less suspicion we attract to ourselves, the better. Before we do leave, me and Jorina will have a discussion with the innkeeper. Make sure our presence has been conveniently forgotten. And we will make our way.
Very well.
Rowan
If anybody
turning
comes looking for us, just have Florence tell them that we left. And she
What?
doesn't know where we went.
Right then. Well, post haste. I will meet you all outside.
Oh, do we even know where the area is?
You were pointed in a direction the night before. That's about it.
How well do I remember with my background? How well do I remember the directions to Tri-Spire?
I would say make a general intelligence check for me.
I'll help her. I'll help her because I was the one.
You can't help her remember if you don't know, because you just questioned where it was.
Okay, yeah.
So,
yeah. All right, just wanted to see if I could do something.
I'll
okay, you all can't help her at the same time.
Okay.
As she's trying to remember her own memories, and she hasn't said what she was doing. So, Jarina, what did you roll?
I'm so disappointed. It almost stopped on like a nat 20 and then it rolled and then landed on a 2. So
I
I
almost
got
got
a
it.
3.
Ah.
You're
Got
like,
a 3.
oh, tri-spires, tri-spires. Oh, this food tastes so good. Mhm. And you actually forget what you were trying to remember as you continue to eat this delicious food.
What did she roll?
A 4.
No, what did she roll for?
She was trying to remember which way the tri-spires was.
Can I roll to remember?
Yeah, you can roll to remember. Intelligence check.
All right, 16.
16. You remember the direction that your guide the previous evening pointed to. So you all still don't know where the Tri-Spires is. You just know the direction. Because this is the first time, most of you, in Zadash.
We can always ask a Crown's Guard if we get lost.
All right.
Or we could ask the nice lady who owns the tavern, whose name I'm already forgetting.
Florence.
Again,
Lawrence.
Galen, we are trying not to leave breadcrumbs in case people are following us. We are not going to ask her.
True. Okay.
All of you can wait outside for me. I will pay the innkeeper for the night and have a discussion with her.
We've already paid for the night.
Paid. Jarina.
I have this blank look on my face. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Pay her to forget.
Oh, I'm gonna go outside.
All right. So, Phoebe, what are you doing?
I go over to Florence,
Florence, yeah.
sorry. We are taking our leave, and I just want to say thank you for the hospitality.
Oh, no worries, but you have the rooms until this evening, so, you can, because I don't think you're going to carry all your things with you.
It really depends on how the day takes us. But we should be back to retrieve our things.
All right, very well. Like I said, you have the room, but you paid up until the evening. It's fine.
But may I ask a favor? And I take out 4 gold pieces.
Okay.
When we leave, can you pretend that we were never here if people come asking about?
She kind of looks at you and she kind of looks at the money. She goes, "Are you in a bit of trouble, dear?"
Injustice, as you might say. We're trying to protect someone.
Make a persuasion check.
You said persuasion?
Uh-huh.
Okay. 18.
She kind of looks at you and she goes, "Nope. I don't like being asked to do a favor not knowing the full ramifications, because I am a law-abiding citizen here, and I don't want any trouble coming knocking on my door. But
Well,
you seem like an honest person, so yeah, don't no worries. But I can't if it sounds like you did something bad, I can't promise. But
plausible deniability. The less you know, the better.
no, I understand. No, I understand. But I'll take you at your word, and I'll do that. But it turns out that you've been you're not being exactly truthful with me, and you all did something terrible. the gods asked me about it. I can't promise I'll keep my mouth shut. But if it's just general like, I didn't see you. It's fine.
Thank you. Please. And I hand her the 4 gold.
She she pushes it back in your hand. Don't have to pay me.
Are you certain?
Of course, yeah. No worries. No worries. Don't worry.
Alright. Again, thank you.
Be careful then, dear. All right.
I will. And with that, I turn and leave.
Okay. So you meet your party outside of the inn, and you begin your trail, or you begin your journey towards the Tri-Spires, in the direction that you were pointed in. As you make your way through the town, once again, much like what Rowan had seen when she left, the town is bustling. The city is bustling. It's just people going about their business. There's families. There's individuals pushing carts, um, and maybe about 10 or 15 minutes of walking in the direction up the road from where you're pointed. You begin to see a change in the area. You start to now see shops, a lot of shops. You can see carts, and you can see vendors, and you can see barkers. You can see small, medium, large buildings, all with different goods and wares, either outside in the front or in windows. All various types of smells, of sounds. It's just a bustling area, just filled with the different things that you would expect to find in a busy city market. Um, you can hear all the different people just talking with each other and yelling, screaming, and trying to draw the attention to the various carts and shops. Um, you are now in the middle of the Penta Market, as your guide the previous evening had said. Um, it's this massive bazaar, and you would imagine that this is probably the heart of all the commerce here in the city. It's massive. You can smell foods, you can smell drinks, you can smell incense. You can see a tapestry merchant on just selling tapestries off of the back of a cart, and right across the street you see a fishmonger trying to sell different types of fish. It's just you imagine that this is definitely the place that you might be able to find anything that you're looking for, and if not, they can probably point you in the right direction. But it is definitely decorated in just different colors and different tapestries. It's beautiful. Um,
I wonder if there's a map maker here. Sorry. Oh,
are you saying this to me, or are you saying it to the group?
to the group. I'm sorry. I interrupted you, and
That's fine.
I was saying that to the group. Do you want to continue with the description real quick?
No, I mean,
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
that's fine.
Yeah, I was asking that question to the group.
That's probably a good idea. We could fill in the gaps in the maps that Sora has.
Who would you say would be the less conspicuous to ask?
You.
Alright.
I have
What
the
about
blue
Sora?
skin, remember?
So I look around. What do I see?
You see everything I just said. You see all of those markets. You see all of this. I mean, you're in the middle of, imagine. Trying to think. Imagine the most crowded, bustling mall, and then rip the ceiling off of it. And it's not it's not multiple floors. It's all in one for. That's kind of the feel that you have being in the Penta market. There is a lot of things going on around you, and nobody is staring at any of you. Like even with as large a group as you are, people are just kind of pushing past you. Excuse me, and just kind of making their way, and it's very busy. And you feel almost like you either have to keep moving or find a destination. Otherwise, you're going to be in people's way, or something similar. So it's there's a lot around you. What are you trying to find? What are you looking to do?
I want to see if I can spot a map making stand or something of the sort.
Make an investigation check for me.
A cartographer?
You said investigation?
Mm-hmm.
17.
17. All right. You start asking around. Some of the stalls. A couple people don't know what you're talking about. You eventually, about 20 minutes into searching, you actually come across that the fishmonger who's trying to sell fish. He's like, hey, yeah, would you like some fresh fish? Again, it's caught, very from straight from the menagerie coast. Beautiful rare fish. Uh, and you ask him.
We are looking for a map maker. Could you please point us in the right direction?
Sell fish.
Well, I only ask because you know the market. You're here. Perhaps you can point us in the right direction.
Yeah. You want Willie? Yeah. Uh, if you go, and he kind of points. He kind of points a little deeper into the Penta market. He's like, he's got like it's 2 stalls over from the Allhammer's shrine.
Oh, heavens! Thank you.
Yeah.
I turn.
You don't want any fish?
I turn to Jarina. What kind of fish does she like?
I don't know, honestly. Something small enough for her to eat comfortably.
Anything small.
Well, yeah, and he kind of points to some of the fish, and they're all different sizes, but there are some like there you can see a bunch like what you would consider like the sardines of this area, like small sized fish.
I'll take 3 small fish, please.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, no problem. Would you like me to wrap it for you?
Please, thank you.
Right, and he just says it. Right, that's that'll be 3 silver, please.
I give him 3 silver.
Here you go.
you
Enjoy
for your
and enjoy and enjoy the rest of your day. Fresh fish, and he just continues kind of continues his thing after he finishes dealing with you.
And I hand the package to Jarina.
I put my hand out and I tell her, Phoebe, why don't you try giving her a fish?
All right. And I take one out of the package and I hold it out to her.
All right, make an animal handling check for me, Phoebe.
I also whisper to Maya, be nice.
All right. Yeah. What'd you get, Phoebe?
I'm trying to remember where animal handling. Oh, there it is. I got a 10.
She kind of sniffs it. You watch her tongue kind of flick out a little bit and just kind of like taste it very quickly. And then just grabs it very quickly out of your hand and just gobbles it up right away.
I like that.
I asked the fish vendor if he has any dried fish.
No, I don't do any dried or salted fishes. That you want across the Penta market. You want to talk to Bud. Bud's got the dried fish over there, dry and salted. I do the fresh fish here.
Well, thank you so much. And I hand him a silver.
Oh, you're very welcome, miss. Enjoy your rest of the day. Fresh fish.
All right, should we head in that direction of Willie?
Yes.
All
All
right,
right.
let's go.
All right. So you continue to make your way through the middle of the Penta Market, and again, seeing all of these different shops and stalls. Eventually, you actually make your way towards what seems to be the edge of the Penta Market. Um, and you are now, and it's very odd. You are starting to see a pattern where you can actually distinguish the different parts of the city um, almost instantaneously, just based on the type of architecture or how well these buildings are being made. Oh, who did we lose?
Sarah.
Okay.
Oh no, my sister!
There we go. So you are now in a different section. You are crossing out of the Penta Market into the Interstate Sprawl.
Oh, we lost her again.
Okay, so you are now in the Interstate Sprawl. Again, uh, some of you remembering this from your tour guide the previous day. Um, Rowan is wild shaped and is now staring at some of the food that she had brought with her in the
It's a gnome.
not after Rowan's done with it. Um, so
Lauren, we can't hear.
Lauren, do you want me to get the gnome?
No, Dobby's fine. Just no hello.
all right. So you now make your way into the Interstate Sprawl. And you can see now that this area itself is a different type. The homes and houses here seem to be more well made, better well made there. Um, and you can see that there are also a number of shrines. And one of the shrines is very clearly the shrine of the Allhammer. There is a large metal anvil in essentially like in it seems it's like an open it's a domed rotunda, but the walls are actually open, and the top ceiling is actually held by these large columns. In the very center is this massive anvil. But that's not your destination. But you do know that you're close. You continue walking past the shrine of the Allhammer, and you see one, two. Get to the second stall, where you can actually see it's a fairly decent sized stall, and there's parchment hanging everywhere with drawings of different land masses and places, just lots of rolled up parchment as well. There is like a honeycomb type of bookcase behind a very, very thin individual wearing blue robes with a silver trim to it. And he's just kind of sitting there. He's just kind of sitting behind the counter because he seems to be writing something on a piece of parchment. Doesn't even notice you as you approach.
I pull Phoebe for a second and I tell her, "Here, take my map and see if you can do anything with it."
All right. I take the map and I go up to him. Excuse me, are you Willie?
Oh, he kind of says, and you can see he's half elven. His hair is is just pretty much over his face, and as he kind of looks up, he just kind of like, oh, yes, I am William. Yes, how may I help you?
Yes, hello. I was wondering if you could help restore this map. And I unravel the map
Yeah, and he takes
Um,
he goes, who would do such a thing to this map? This map is not hurt anybody. Who?
I've not a clue. That's why I ask if you can fix it for us.
There's so much missing here. I don't know what. I, I, I guess. Oh, this is terrible. Uh, One moment, and he kind of puts it down, and he starts to examine it and start looking. He's like, this is fun. This very old map. But these are three different maps. Not from the same map, maybe, but this is I don't know. I can't do anything with this. I do have replacement maps that I could possibly give you that may fill in some of the gaps, and uh, but
May I see the copies?
I yes I can show them to you. And he kind of turns behind and goes through some of the honeycombs. He goes, it's fun. Ah, here we are. And he pulls out one, and he just kind of opens it up, and you can see a very beautifully hand drawn map that actually seems to fill in a number of the gaps in your map, and seems to be of pretty much the same area that you have.
How much for this map?
For this one is 10 gold pieces.
Tango? Okay.
These are all hand drawn, and much of this information is kept as up to date as possible. So this map specifically has been updated within the last 3 months.
I see.
So you are paying for not only the hand drawn in the beautiful script and the art, because make no mistake, the cartography is an art, but the I do pay for my fellow cartographers to actually go out and confirm that these locations are still active and that they exist. And, it's pricey, but it is worth it.
I'll take it. And I take out 10 gold and I hand it him.
May I? Do you want me to keep these poor, unfortunate map pieces that you have here?
I look back to Sora and I ask, are you comfortable of relinquishing it?
Absolutely. I'd love a copy, though.
Why?
It will be difficult to make a copy of something that is so broken and torn. I could just give
the
it.
new map.
Oh no, the new map is yeah, it's the 10 gold. You give me the 10 gold, I give you the map.
Yes.
I am
I'll-
very confused right now.
A copy of the map that you have in your hand.
So you
I'm-
wish for two
I-
maps.
Yes, please.
Oh, I can
Right,
do
sure.
this.
Alright, she'll pay for her own.
And he turns around and out of the same cubbyhole pulls out another one and he goes, "Here you are. 10 gold pieces, please."
I hand him my 10 and Sora?
And he's kind
I
of
hand him my 10.
and he hands you the map. Right. So if you wish, I can take this map and I will put it out of its misery.
Thank you.
Very well.
I'd prefer to keep it.
Well, if you must, and he kind of reluctantly kind of passes it back to you.
I put it in my pack.
Well, if there's nothing else, I wish you to have a good day. Yes.
Thank you, William. You too.
And he just kind of goes back to whatever he was writing before you all. So what is your next destination?
Off to our original destination.
Try
Everyone?
Okay.
All right.
All right. Again, you're not 100% sure where it is. You try to follow the direction you are loosely pointed to, but you have actually begun walking in different areas in this very, very large city. So, Phoebe, since you seem to be the one who is leading the charge here, I'm going to need you to make a survival check for me. What you got?
You said survival? Okay. Rolled a 17 plus 3. 20 not net.
Okay. So you see where you were turned around a little bit, and you kind of decide to point. I say, okay, if we keep going this way, all right. And within a few moments, you're able to kind of put everybody back on track to where you feel like you should be walking toward. Another half hour to 45 minutes goes by. But eventually, you begin to make your way to what feels like the edge of this area. And as you do, there is a very, very distinct difference between where you were coming from or going. Those towers you saw in the distance now see protruding from the area in front of you, which seems to be blocked by a circular wall. And as you progress towards this wall and begin to make your way, the wall itself is about 15 feet tall. There are these what seems to be the walls themselves are stone, but along the tops of the wall, there are some. It looks like some just carved in reliefs of just various symbols and things of that nature. And you very quickly come across uh, an opening to the gate. And you can see 4 Crowns Guard, 2 on each side of this gate. And as you approach, there is between the actual gate and where you are walking, there's at least 20 feet of just road. And so it is very clear that as you are approaching this gate, that is your intent. Like you're not just randomly walking down a street. You are approaching this wall. Get about 10 feet from the door, from the gate, and one of the Crown's Guard steps up. And as you do, you also notice that the armor on this Crown's Guard seems to be cleaner, crisper, less wear and tear on it. The spears that they're carrying seem a little fancier. Crown's Guard comes up to you and says, Bolt, what is your business?
We are here to see Leopold von Scott.
And what is your business with Leopold von Scott?
If I may, Phoebe, I take out the letter for Leopold and the parchment that says that we are a part of the von Scott family.
Okay. So you hand it to him. And he starts opening it up. He starts looking at it. Opens up the next one. And he's taking his time. And he's reading very, very, very thoroughly. And as he is, the other 3 Crowns Guard are just watching all of you intently, staring at you. 5 minutes goes by. 10 minutes goes by. Finishes reading the second one. Hands them back to you. Goes, one moment, please. turns back to one of the other Crown's Guard, walks up to them, says something. You watch the Crown's Guard that he's just spoke to walk into the gate, leave. About another 10 minutes goes by. Galen, have you been refreshing your...
Yeah, I'm sure I find but before I came here, I'm sure I had done a refresh, so it's probably
And are you still in your elf?
yes, I'm still in my elven form.
Okay. And remind me, what clothes are you wearing? What are you wearing?
I'm wearing primarily red robes with silver and purple
Right.
lining.
Okay. So as some time goes by, another 20 minutes go by, and then that guard comes back. And this whole time has been in silence. And the guard's just staring at you. Then that guard comes back and whispers something into the guard that you were speaking to into his ear. And he kind of looks at him. They kind of start going back and forth. You can't make out what they're saying. They're kind of very, very quiet, hushed tones. But clearly it's just they're going back and forth with each other. And he kind of looks at all of you and says, well, we will allow you to visit with the Von Scott Manor, but there's possibly an issue. Please come with me. And he begins to lead you into the gate. The other guards kind of make way, and as the gate opens and you begin to walk through, and you can only walk through this gate single file. As you all start making your way through, the Crown's Guard is leading you. He's in the front, and he continues to walk, and he just kind of motions for all of you to follow. You begin to all walk through. I need all of you to make a perception check for me, please. Jarina,
14.
Sora,
At 1.
Squall,
Sorry, perception. I was having connection issues at the moment.
yeah, perception.
11.
Leah,
7 plus 6 is 13.
Phoebe,
Nat 20 plus 3, so 23.
Galen.
6.
Phoebe, you're the first to notice it. As you all make your way through this gate, you turn around to make sure everybody is doing okay. And you see that Galen ground floor.
What?
You don't notice it yet.
I don't notice that?
You don't notice it. Your skin, you're mostly covered. So you don't see that your actual drow skin is being shown right now.
I thought
You did.
Oh.
But Phoebe,
Well.
you don't notice it yet, Galen. With a 6, you don't notice it at all. Phoebe, you notice it right away. The guard who is leading you is still walking and not facing all of you. But the next one who actually sees this is Jarina. But the rest of you don't notice it. What do you do?
How close am I to Galen?
Galen is usually in the back, and you are usually in the front. So you kind of turn around because you notice Phoebe turning around and her eyes go wide. And then so you turn around and you see Galen, he's just in his drow form, his normal form. What are you doing?
I turn to the guard. I'm sorry, what seems to be the problem? We have documentation.
He's not facing you. As you talk to him, he begins to turn around to face you. What are you doing? Galen, you have no idea that this is happening, just as a reminder.
I look back at Galen and get his attention, and I do this.
Okay. Galen,
And I have a concerned look on my face. Like,
yeah,
what?
as she does this, what do you do?
I look at the expressions on the other guards. Do they see me?
The other guards, you have passed the other guards already. They are on the other side of the wall. The guard who is leading you, who's facing away from you, Phoebe has now gained his attention, and he is now beginning to turn around to face all of you.
I walk beside him, so his attention's only on me.
Make a... Oh, what is this going to be? You're going to try and stand... trying to get his attention. I will probably say this is going to be... Oh, shit. I'm going to say sleight of hand. Actually, no, not sleight of hand. This is going to be performance, where you are actually trying to get his attention and keep it in a way that he does not look at Galen.
I'm just going to assume that the other guards haven't really noticed, and I'm just gonna try to turn on the form. I'm gonna move a glove real quick and see my skin real quick and see if it changes at all.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna be focusing back on my old.
You kind of pull back your sleeve and you can see, yeah, you're in draft form.
You said performance?
Yes.
19.
18. Okay. So this is all happening in seconds, right? Phoebe, you just turn around, you see this, your eyes widen. Jarena, you see Phoebe's eyes widen, and you turn and you look and you go to get to Galen, and Galen just like, and then as he's starting to notice, Galen's starting to notice, Phoebe goes, "Oh, excuse me, guard," and the guard begins to turn around. And hold on. As the guard turns around, Phoebe, you step kind of like in the way and in front of him more. So and he almost is like taken aback as he turns around that you're so close to him. He goes, yeah, it's difficult to explain. I'm bringing you to the Von Scott Manor. It's just there's something going on, and
where precisely?
At the manor. Just follow me. At this point, Galen, you realize exactly what's going on, and you quickly reactivate the Hat of Disguise, and you watch as your form changes into that of the elf.
I look around. Did anybody notice?
Make a perception check.
I am rolling disadvantage, so
Yep.
12 is what I rolled.
12. You look around, and you have just passed the gate, right? You are now kind of in the streets of the Tri-Spires, which is actually not dirt; it's cobblestone, and very, very smooth. And as you turn around and you look, the area that you're in, there are no Crown's Guard on this side of the wall. And there are no other people kind of walking the street in the area that you're currently in. So you feel like, outside of this guard who may or may not have seen this, and from his reaction, it doesn't look like he has. That was a close call, and you have no idea what happened. So the guard turns away from the group and continues to follow. Ask you to follow him. As he does, you can see now, this is absolutely a district where the lords and ladies of Zadash currently reside. The homes here are sprawling and beautiful. Most are the smallest place that you see seems to be a 2-story manor. These with beautiful gardens and front areas. It's just, this area is beautiful. and a lot of these homes are also gated. There is some kind of either steel or stone walls that are surrounding each of these beautiful homes. But you can see the homes though, either through the actual gates themselves of these homes, or just that they are maybe a number of feet away from these walls and gates of the estates, and you can kind of see them in the distance. As you continue moving for the next 10 minutes or so, there are very few people walking the streets, but those you do see are in beautiful silks and uh, whether they're robes or just whatever they're wearing is just beautifully made, beautiful colors. This is a place of money. The next 2 or 3 minutes from the area that you're currently in, you now start to hear raised voices. Um, some arguing possibly that are going on. And you can see you are approaching now a group of individuals. You can't tell how many just yet, but there's a number of folks who seem to be standing out in front of a gate, which is a gate similar to some of the other estates that you've seen. This one is nothing different than the other ones, where it's just a stone wall with some metal stakes in the walls themselves, as to keep it as gated as possible, and then just just a kind of oblong gate. Um, and the individuals seem to be like in front of this gate. Um, and as you look, it's a couple of things that catch your attention. I need you all to make another perception check for me.
Am I still in my elf form?
Yeah, you are continuously just checking over and over again, and right now you look, as you've been making your way, so far so good. But as you get to here, and you pull your sleeve down once again, okay, I'm still enough.
What was it again?
Perception. All right, Jarena, what'd you get?
7.
7. Sarah.
18.
Squall.
19.
Leah.
7 plus 6 is 13.
Phoebe.
17.
Galen.
9.
So Sora, Squall, and Phoebe. You see this first. You actually notice a few things first. Actually, let's see. Okay. Sora, Squall, Leah, and Phoebe. The first thing you notice is that it's about a group. The group is made up of about, looks like 6 individuals, and one of them is massive. One of them looks to be about 9 feet tall and made of metal. And wait. And the other 5 individuals seem to be there are a few of them wearing these dark red maroon robes with gold trim. Very, very official looking. There's 3 of them like that. One is a Crown's Guard, and the other is wearing blue robes with silver trim, almost identical to what the map maker was wearing, Willie. And they are arguing with each other. They seem to be arguing with the large 9-foot metal man. Right? And the metal man is standing directly in front of the gate of this walled estate. Sora, Squall, and Phoebe, beyond this, look past the gate and you can see what looks like a front yard. And that's it. there's no house. There's a space where a house probably could be, but there's no house. But there's a lot of land. Um, and as you get closer, you can now hear the arguing going on. And you can absolutely hear the metal man arguing with them back.
Can I roll to see what if I know what it is?
I would say roll an Arcana check for me.
22.
22. Yeah, you've heard of these things. This is a construct. But it's odd because it looks similar to an iron golem, but as far as everything that you've read about these constructs, that they actually don't speak, or they're not animated in a way that people are. And you can actually see this large iron golem just like gesticulating and like talking with them as well. And as you actually get closer, you can actually hear them arguing. You hear a few of the, "This is unacceptable. This I can't believe that you would do such a thing." And then another one is like, we should have expected something like this, but this is outrageous." And then another one is like, listen. I'm sure that we could be reasonable and come to some kind of conclusion that we are all satisfied with. And then you actually hear the golem start talking.
"Listen, now, if Orbit has a problem with me, he better come here himself and not send his lackeys to come do business with me. This is ridiculous. I will do as I want. This is my property."
And
I
then
kind of whisper to who's next to me?
wasn't finished.
Sorry.
And it's at that point that the guard turns to you and says, "Well, welcome to the Von Scott estate. Good luck." He kind of turns, he taps the Crown's guard that's there, whispers something to him, and then turns around and leaves you all. What would you like to do?
I would like to know if I suspect that the construct is actually inhabited by the wizard we're looking for.
You need to get closer to do something like that. You're about 15 feet away from them.
Okay.
I start my way up. Is the group following me?
I don't know. Is the group following you?
Yeah, I'm walking in pace.
I'd like to take up the rear, please.
Okay. So you all start to approach this small group, and as you do, the argument seems to kind of like cut short, and they kind of stop, and they all kind of look at all of you. And one of the robed individuals in the red robes goes, "May we help you?"
We have manners concerning with Leopold von Scott.
As you say that, he kind of like, and he just kind of points to the iron golem. "Well, you probably want to talk with that. Like, I'm done with this. Good day." And he just kind of turns around and walks away. And the other similarly robed individual is just kind of like, good day. And they just kind of turn around and they follow him. The Crown's guard that's there is just kind of like watching everything. Hasn't said anything. And the blue robed individual is just like, "Oh yes, you probably gonna have to speak to that." Points to the iron golem.
Right. And I turn Trina.
I grab the papers from the Von Scotts and I go towards the golem and I say, "Excuse me, we're here to see Leopold von Scott. We're family." We
What?
have
What?
credentials.
Speak up!
I need to see Leopold. We have our family. I have credentials.
I don't recognize you! What credentials are you talking about?
I open up the letter that tells that we're family, and I put it up to its face.
I don't have eyes! I can't read!
Well, how am
Stick
I
it in
supposed to know?
Stick it in my mouth!
And you watch as like its face just kind of like just kind of opens, and there's this like glow just like emanating from the mouth.
All right, as long as I get it back, and I just put it in his mouth.
All right, and and you watch there's like a tiny little flash of light.
Hmm. Interesting. All right. Fine.
And you watch as the mouth begins to close.
All right now. Well, we don't have all day. All of you, grab a hold of somewhere on me.
I grab his hand.
Why?
I just grab him.
Come on. We don't have all day.
I grab a finger.
I grab his thumb.
Put my hand on its shoulder, I guess.
Okay, all right.
That thing is huge.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
it's-
what I'm looking like.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I'm
massive.
up there.
Yeah, you.
I'm up.
I grab his arm.
Phrasing! They're going at it in the chat.
All right. So you all are you all grabbing a piece of this iron golem?
Yes.
Okay. So as you grab the different areas of this massive metallic figure, you hear,
All right. This is probably going to sting a little.
and immediately there's this rush, there's this feeling almost like you're being pulled, and this slight little sting, and you feel like you get the wind knocked out of you. And it happens very, very quickly. And as you like kind of like look around and you're trying to kind of get your bearings, you are no longer standing in front of the area that you just were at, in front of this gate. You are in some kind of large stone room. It's circular. It's very round. There is a door on the other side, but you are still all touching this large iron golem. And sitting in a chair across from you by the door is this very, very frail looking old human man with a very long beard, just snow white beard that comes down to a point almost to the middle of his chest. You can't even see his mouth. He's wearing long black robes, and there are like these various patches all over his robes. He is sitting there. He's got his legs crossed, and he has in his hand the both of the letters that you put into the golem's mouth during. And he's still kind of looking at him, and he kind of looks up. He goes, "Oh, there you are. Okay, excellent. All right, good. All right, introductions. I am Leopold von Scott. Who the fuck are you?"
I'm Jarena, Ward Spike.
My name is Sora.
Mm-hmm.
Phoebe Hawthorne.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Galen.
Squall.
Mm-hmm. All right. And kind of looks at you, Galen.
Galen.
Ah, Drow. And you turn around and you look, and Galen is in his Drow form.
God damn it! Why does this keep happening now?
Interesting. And you? And he turns to you, Leah.
I'm Leah.
Interesting, familiar. Okay. All right. And Rowan introduces us. Hi, I'm Rowan. He's like, oh yeah, yo, ooh, okay, yeah, back up, lady. As she kind of rushes forward to shake his hand. Um, he's like, all right. So, okay, all right. Yeah. So, according to this, you're protected by the family, so that's fine. I've got issues, and my issue is somehow my cousin's still alive. How the fuck did that happen?
He was being kept captive in a keep that couldn't be accessed by normal means, and we suspect that it was some sort of timey thingy.
Timey thingy. So you're a mage?
Me? No.
Using the technical terms, are we?
No.
Yeah, obviously. Let me tell you something. I am a pretty okay wizard. But I spent years trying to find him, and I could not find him. And now, you found him? Excuse me if I'm a little suspicious.
Well, we happened to stumble upon him during our voyage.
Ah, that seems more likely. Stumbling sounds more likely.
Pulled, yeah.
But-
Unintentionally.
But there's also him! And he points to Galen.
Oh, I just came along.
He's part of the group. Look, Mr. Von Scott.
Quiet!
we're not-
I'm thinking! And he proceeds to he puts the letters down on a table right next to him, and he kind of gets up from the chair. And as he stands there, you watch as this underneath his feet there's a glow, and he immediately begins to rise from the floor, and you see this silver circular disc kind of raise under him as he's standing on it, and it begins to float towards all of you. As he's floating towards all of you, he's just kind of like giving you all a once over. He's like, and he's just kind of very, very slowly circling the entire group as he does this. He makes kind of one rotation around all of you, and he kind of goes right back to the area where the seat was. He kind of hovers there for a minute. I have a very important question to ask all of you. Were you intimidated by my golem?
No, I thought he was pretty cool.
Fuck!
I mean, yes, he was quite terrifying. I peed myself a little bit.
Ooh.
That ship has sailed. It's a little too late. You told me the truth, and that's fine. That just means I need to make adjustments. I'm gonna have to use all the spikes that I thought I should have used for him in the beginning. More spikes. And he begins to kind of like, as he says, more spikes, you watch as a piece of parchment just appears in front of him, and then a quill appears in front of him and just begins writing as he's speaking. Right. More spikes. It's smoke. More smoke. Emanating from, we'll say, all the face holes. And then he kind of makes a motion, and then the parchment and the quill disappear. All right. So, well, I am obligated to give you a tour at the very least. And if you need a place to stay, I guess you could stay here. But don't touch anything. It'll kill you. Most likely. Maybe. We'll see. And I got my eye on you. he points at you, Galen.
Okay.
Don't be using those strange magics here, boy. You'll find that they don't work.
What, you mean this dumb hat that barely works
Yeah,
anyway?
the dumb hat. Think I don't know what a hat of disguise is? I've been around the block, Sonny Jim. I know what's going on.
Cool.
Think I don't know. Everybody wants something from me? Why, I took the house away. Anyway, follow me.
And he's still on the floating platform. The door just opens. And he's like, come on, come on. And you proceed to follow him. Do you proceed to follow him out? You follow him out into this large hallway. And in this hallway, it only extends maybe 10 feet on either side before you see stairs going upward and stairs going down. And you can see that they are going in a spiral fashion. And he goes, well, welcome to my tower, also my home. As I said, don't touch anything, because you're likely to get killed. Or frozen, or, some form of dead. So just follow me, and if you have any questions, keep them to yourself. And he just he starts to go upward. And as he goes upward, he goes, all right, so the room you were in, that was the teleportation room. I've been using Tim. Tim has been very good at keeping, the hangers on and all the other people who want something from me away. It was only recently that I had to make sure that he was part of the teleportation system here. Been crazy last couple of months. On the second floor here, and as he goes up, he goes, this is where I had all these rooms. I didn't use them or anything except storage. You can sleep there. And he just kind of motions, and you can see there's about 6 doors, and they all fling open. And you can see just various crates and boxes, and he's like, don't worry. Before the tour's over, there'll be bedrooms. It'll be fine. But this is probably where you can stay if you want to stay here. But, no pressure. If you got a place to stay other than place, you can go back there. I'm perfectly fine with that. All right, moving on. And continues to kind of make his way up the steps. Still on this little disc. He goes, all right, up here is on the 4th floor. This is where I do a lot of my experiments. So if you smell smoke or sulfur or hear explosions, mind your damn business. And you can see there's like 3 doors up here. There's as you're making your way through, I mean, the stone walls are completely white. They're beautiful. There are some tapestries just kind of hanging, and some of them you recognize. You've seen at the Von Scott Manor in Trostenwall. And then he continues to make his way up. He says, "All right, up here on the 5th floor. Come on, slowpokes." As he makes his way, you don't see any doors on this floor of the circuit, and there's no more stairs going further up. This seems to be the top floor here, at the as far as you can tell. And as you walk in, he kind of floats towards the middle, and he says, "Come on." And as you all walk into this room, you begin to kind of like come towards him, and as you get close, about maybe 5 feet from where he's floating, I need all of you to make a Constitution saving throw. Actually, no, I'm sorry, not Constitution. It's a Wisdom saving throw. Jarina?
8.
Sora?
15.
Squall?
4.
Leah?
18 plus 2, 20, not natural.
Phoebe?
20 not nat.
Galen?
9.
Jarena, Squall, Galen, and Rowan. You feel almost like this electricity shoot through your body. Actually, all of you feel this electricity, but the four of you feel your muscles begin to lock up. And you go to react to move, but your body doesn't respond. And you are completely paralyzed. Sora, Leah, and Phoebe, you feel that electricity, that momentary electricity, but you're able to kind of like flex and kind of shake off the effect. But you absolutely feel it.
Ah, okay. All right. Good. That tells me a lot about all of you. Some of you suck, and some of you are better than the others. All right. Excellent. But here's where it gets really interesting there, folks. What's going to happen now is I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and then you're going to answer them. And if I don't like the answers, well, some of you are going to stay paralyzed, and some of you might end up dead. So, think very carefully before you answer any of my questions.
Begins to float higher. And the ceiling, you can now notice that the ceiling here is about 25 to 30 feet high. And he kind of like very quickly raises above all of your heads as he says this, kind of looking at all of you. Says,
This is going to be fun.
and that's what we're going to call it for the evening.
I had a feeling you were gonna stop somewhere at that extent.
Yep.
Alrighty. So yeah, so you guys were warned that Leopold was very eccentric.
I like it.
Dad.
Yeah, I like him.
So all right. So this was great. That was a great game, guys. Good game. Super interesting. Like to see where this goes next week. This should be very, very fun. Thank you so much to my players, my amazing players. Again, you guys make me feel and look good every week. Especially when you find yourselves in classic D&D moments. It's always great. I want to thank again our sponsor for the evening, Never Ending. Thank you so much for sponsoring us and being a sponsor of what we do here. It really does mean a lot. As well as all of you who are watching us and part of our stream, supporting us in the ways that you do. Thank you so much. If you like what we do and you share and you want to share everything that we do, remember we have our Facebook group, we have our Discord, we have our YouTube. If you've missed anything, you can definitely join our YouTube and catch up. You can also join our Discord. All of these great things. Share us so other people can enjoy this content as well. Don't just hoard it and keep it to yourselves. Remember, this is about sharing and making sure that we are giving back to the community. So every time you support us, you enable us to keep doing more, and then we can share with you. So we really appreciate it. Thank you so much again. Want to do some quick shout outs. Ocellatus, man, thank you so much for all the bits that you've cheered this evening, for the tier 1 sub that you gifted. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate all of your support. We're so glad that we're able to entertain you the way we do. Ty Dynamite, thank you so much for cheering. We really appreciate it. And Namulala, thank you for following the channel. We do appreciate it, and we appreciate all of you again. Thank you so much. I feel very blessed and very fortunate to be able to do this, and not only for my family and for my friends, but for all of you. It really does mean a lot. Oh, look, we got a Rowan back. Hey, welcome back.
Time. Thank you.
We're finishing up.
Dobby was amazing as you.
Yeah.
And so was Scooby.
Yeah. They were very much your wild shape. It was great. So, but yes. Yeah,
Sniffing each other's butts, huh?
Not even. You got to see the clips.
Yeah.
Going to Players and creators Discord for the clip.
But anyway, thank you again to all of my players. Thank you to my mods, my amazing mods. You make it look easy, but I know that it's a difficult thing that you do as mods because I know I couldn't do it. So
I
thank you
have
so much.
3 monitors now, so it makes it easier.
Might have to get a third one myself, but that's gonna wait.
But I again, I appreciate my players. I appreciate all of you who are supporting and watching us. Thank you so much. And as we close out for the evening,
Apparently,
see.
this is Ocelotus's favorite night yet.
Thank you so
Cool.
much. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm always unsure how certain NPCs and certain things are going to play out. So when they play out well, I'm very very thrilled. I'm very happy with that. So all right. So what we're going to do is we are going to, as we close out for the evening, stand by. We are going to raid another supporter of the show, but also an amazing person. We are going to raid Two to Your Head, who is currently playing Resident Evil 7. Please show him all the love that you showed us this evening. Support him the way he should be supported. Thank you again so much. Please be good to yourselves, be good to others, take care of others, and never forget to take care of yourselves. Thank you, and we will see you next.